Good evening. This is the regular meeting of the Southfield City Council, March 27th, 2023 at 6 p.m. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Banks.
Present.
Councilmember Brightwell.
Here.
Councilmember Cruz.
Present.
Councilmember Frazier.
Here.
Councilmember Hogue.
Here.
Councilmember Mandelbaum.
Present.
Councilmember Taylor.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Will you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
It was brought to my attention right before this meeting that there were copies of the agenda out in the hallway, and it was missing a third page. It was not done purposely. It was an accident by the printing, and we will be doing better quality control going forward. So it was not done maliciously, but there are two items that were listed on that third page under the attorney's portion, talking about proposed charter amendments that will be up for discussion. One is a charter amendment for discussion. The other is the rental ordinance that we are proposing some changes for. So hopefully we will, going forward, we will have all the pages of the agenda, and I apologize to anyone who is missing that third page. Next, we have communications. The Southfield City Council has established the following rules of procedure for all speakers. No speaker may make personal or impertinent attacks upon any officer, employee, or city council member or other elected official that is unrelated to the manner in which the officer, employee, or city council member or other elected official performs his or her duties. No person shall use abusive or threatening language towards any individual when addressing the city council. Any person who violates this section shall be directed by the presiding officer to be orderly and silent. If a person addressing the council refuses to become silent when so directed, such person may be deemed by the presiding officer to have committed a breach of the peace by disrupting and impeding the orderly conduct of the public meeting of the city council, and may be ordered by the presiding officer to leave the meeting. If the person refuses to leave as directed, the presiding officer may direct any law enforcement officer who is present to escort the violator from the meeting. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. First speaker is Pamela Gerald.
Since I have 3 minutes, I'm just going to get right down to business. You know, several years ago, the residents decided, because we spent $75,000 to get rid of one candidate that ran for city council, that they wanted to get rid of the primary. I think we're probably one of the only cities left in Oakland County, maybe a handful, that still had a primary. So we vote to get rid of it. Then we've got these people that don't have a long history with Southfield, but they live in Southfield, talking about voter suppression. We've never, ever, in my 40 years, affiliated with the city of Southfield, living in Southfield, being a taxpayer, ever had a voter suppression problem in this city. So you guys allowed this to be put back on the ballot, and then the residents voted to have a primary. So now, what are you doing now? When Nancy Banks wanted to run for council, she had to resign. When Ken Siver wanted to run for mayor, he had to resign. When Tanya Morrison ran for mayor, she had to resign. I am not going to allow any of you up there on city council to change our charter to suit your fantasy. The policy should remain in place, and I am not for putting something on the charter that will allow you guys up there to stay on council while you want to run for another position. Now, if you want to run for school board or something outside of Southfield, if the law says that you can do that, that's fine. But we are not going to allow you to use the dais to campaign, to get face time when you know that you want to run for another position in this city. Now, everybody else had to resign. You want to run for mayor? You want to run for city clerk? Get off the dais. We are not going to turn this into the perception of Detroit-style government, and that is gatekeepers always talking about the race card, always trying to change it to suit certain people or when you want to do it. You had 8 years to talk about changing this if you thought it was great for the people. And the fact that you want to do it now, when certain members up there want to run for mayor, we're not going to allow it. And I would suggest that you not discuss this charter amendment tonight. I would suggest that you take it off the agenda. Do not attempt to put it on the ballot. You didn't think about it in 8 years. Don't do it because you're a council member trying to run for another position within this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is James Ensalt.
Good evening. I live at 17741 Windflower Drive, and my concern is the proposed building of a Culver's restaurant. This has been brought before the council previously, maybe a month or so ago, and at that time, it was a split vote. It's now before the board again, and my primary concern with the building of a Culver's is not only the security and the nuisance value of it, but most importantly is the traffic that's going to take place, in addition to the difficulty of the traffic pattern that's already there at that intersection. A traffic study was done last year or early this year for the initial proposal. And at that time, that traffic study showed that that particular intersection at Windflower and Southfield Road is one of the higher risk intersections within a mile strip on Southfield, even greater than the exit at Target. And just a little over a week ago, on the 18th, I believe it was a Saturday, there was a major accident. I don't know if it was a fatality or not, but it was a major accident at that intersection, which actually took out the light pole that had, and it's still in the process of being replaced. It's a temporary fix at that intersection right now. So if you happen to drive past it, now you will see on the southbound side of that intersection, there's 2 light poles right next to each other, and one is split, where a car actually split that light pole in half, where they had to go in and drill another one in so they could raise the traffic lights back up for access. So that's our major concern. The egress and the enter and exit for going into Culver's, Windflower Drive, trying to enter onto Windflower Drive or exit onto Southfield Road is a nuisance. But most importantly is the additional traffic, which would lead to also more accidents and possibly fatalities. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next is Arwilda Smith.
Good evening. I live at 17791 Windflower Drive. And just to piggyback on what James just said, my concern is about the traffic because it is really bad right now. And the accident that happened on the 18th is a prime example of what is going to be happening. And if you go up and down Southfield Road between 12 Mile and 13 Mile, all of the businesses have 2 entrances and exits. Culver's is proposing 1 entrance, 1 exit onto Windflower. So that right there is going to be a major problem. And I don't know if you all saw the accident, but when it happened, they had the street, Windflower, all of Southfield Road and Edwards, Webster on the other side, which Webster and Windflower is one in the same street. So the police had it taped off, so we had to come in through the Starbucks parking lot to get into our subdivision. So then, at that point, when they were the police were turning people around on southbound Southfield, they were supposed to go back to 13 Mile. Instead, they came through Starbucks parking lot, came down through our subdivision to try to see if they could go out that way, which they couldn't because it's one way in and one way out. So they had to come back out and go back out through Starbucks. But that's what happened with the traffic that night. So the traffic is a major problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, John Abo.
Hello. I was going to make a comment on the adult
You
use
can
ordinance.
lift the mic up.
I was going to make a comment on the marijuana adult use ordinance. Is the appropriate time now or at the
Yes.
public hearing? Okay.
You-
My name is John Abbo. I'm here on behalf of Loom Cannabis at 26760 Losser Road. First off, I just wanted to say thank you. We waited a long time for this to come, and, you know, this council has listened to the business operators' requests, and we're very grateful for that and for this opportunity to pursue adult use licensing in the city of Southfield. The only request that I do have is if there can, you know, if it's not too late, if there can be some priority given to existing operators such as Loom and Dreams, who have already invested significant dollars into the city, if there could be some sort of fast-track process that can be approved administratively. I don't know if that's an opportunity. We just, we're really excited. We're very excited to open back up. We have 20-plus jobs ready and waiting to, you know, getting ready to open our doors. Based on our discussions with planning, we understand that April 17th will be the date that special land use apps will be accepted by the city of Southfield. We're just asking if there is any way, if there is a potential for reconsidering that, assuming that the city does opt in today, if there is an opportunity to submit sooner. We're just, you know, as I said, very excited to open. And then I'm assuming this will be addressed later, but we're also just a bit hazy as to how the adult use licensing application is going to work. We're hoping that that process will be on the same timeline and meeting as the special use approvals. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much, and we appreciate your consideration.
Thank you. Next is Joseph Person.
Council President, Mayor, City Clerk, and to everyone else out here. I have a concern about the candidates that are running for the 4-year terms for City Council, the 2-year term, short term, and the 2-year term for the City Clerk's office. I'd just like to know, you know, have the petitions been turned in? You know, have they been validated going forward? The next thing is, you know, I went to the City Clerk's Legislative Committee, and the optics of that look bad because in that meeting, Mr. Lloyd Cruz, City Councilman Lloyd Cruz, Myron Frazier, and Lenny Taylor are the members of that committee. And you talked about removing the treasurer as well as the city clerk as well as the treasurer. And Madam City Attorney explained that you would have to possibly do a ballot initiative, separate ballot initiatives for each party, for the city clerk and for the treasurer. My thought process on this, and I'm quite sure she will speak to this at some point, the people do not want a appointed city clerks, city treasurers. We voted for that. It was taken off the ballot, as one member already from the Southfield said. It was taken off, it was put on the ballot in 15, and you took away our right to vote. We put it back on the ballot in 2020, won by 74%. The people have decided that they want to be able to vote for their city clerk and their treasurer. Why are we doing this? Over in Israel today, they had a hell of a protest because the Prime Minister Netanyahu wants to appoint a whole lot of people, and the people are saying, no, that's not the right thing to do. If those folks over there, thousands and thousands of miles away, are saying that, why are we going to still try to do this here in Southfield? I suggest that we have the town halls and explain to us, because I've asked if there's a rational reason why we need to get rid of the city clerk or why we need to get rid of the treasurer. I'm all ears. But it's like a mood issue. Everybody listens, nobody says anything. Oh, and the last and certainly not least, I came here 2 meetings ago and asked about, we had got a shed from the Oakland County Democratic Black Caucus. We still haven't really received any information on that. We've heard talk, but nothing in writing. We asked for the policy. So again, we keep on allowing people to just treat us any kind of way, and you just can't stand for it.
Thank you. Next is Greg Keeler.
Greg Keeler, Southfield resident. I would first like to start with thanking Councilman Bank and Councilman Taylor for listening to when I was talking about Forever Chemicals. And now it's on the front page of our paper. And hearing me out, and also then inviting me into some meetings and different events as well. Now this made it onto our front page, and it says that it is in our fish. How is it still not in our water? If it's in our fish, it's in our water. And if you read the article, because it's nice and long, we have a problem. And we should be right now thinking about or setting aside money, because there will be grant money coming from the federal government, because the EPA has been talking the last 2 weeks about this problem and issue. And if this is coming, it would have been nice if y'all had been starting the plan 6, 8 months ago when I first brought it up. But you should start thinking about setting aside some money, because you see there is an issue coming and not being too late to the table. And more than likely, there will be federal funds for the cleanup. Thank you.
Thank you. That is the communication portion of our agenda. We'll now move on to presentations. And the mayor and I will present a joint resolution. I'd like to ask our Public Works Director, Mr. Ryan, to come on up.
We're doing this early.
Yeah, this is a resolution in recognition of National Public Works Week, which is not until May 21st through 27th of 2023. This is probably the earliest resolution we've ever done in the history of Southfield. But whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life and well-being of the people of Southfield, Michigan, and whereas these infrastructures, facilities, and services cannot be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government and the private sector who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. And whereas it is in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children in Southfield, Michigan to gain knowledge of and to maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. And whereas the year 2023 marks the 63rd Annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association, Canadian Public Works Association, and let it be resolved that the mayor and city council of the city of Southfield, county of Oakland, state of Michigan, do hereby designate May 21st through 27th, 2023 as National Public Works Week. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the mayor and council of the city of Southfield, county of Oakland, state of Michigan, do hereby recognize all of the services that the city of Southfield Department of Public Works provides, and we collectively urge all citizens to join with representatives of the American Public Works Association and government agencies and activities, events, and ceremonies designed to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees, and to recognize the substantial contributions they make to protecting our national health, safety, and quality of life. Dated today. Do we want to vote on this item?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I move that we accept the resolution recognizing the National Public Works Week as presented.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilman Brightwell, supported by Councilman Taylor, to accept and approve the joint resolution in recognition of National Public Works Week as presented. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to say anything?
No, it's good to get recognition, not for myself, but all of the people who have worked for many years in the public works field, both in the public section and also in the private sector. So I would like, if possible, a copy of this in order to post it in our offices to congratulate the workers for all of their hard work.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
folks.
I would just add, don't go away, that it's been a tough couple of months for Public Works. One of the calls that we've gotten a lot of is about the pickup of branches and tree limbs, and the storm after storm after storm has been a challenge for the department. And as I remind the people who call, it's the same people that are picking up the branches that are also salting the roads, plowing the streets, patching potholes, et cetera, et cetera. So I've asked for people to be patient because we've been clobbered week after week after week with a series of storms and high winds.
Approximately 3,000 trees.
Yep. Say that again.
Approximately 3,000 trees were affected by the storm, some fully, some partially. So yeah, we were using contractor forces and 3 crews that are working 7 days a week.
We're getting there.
We're getting there.
All right, congratulations.
Mr.
Thank you,
Mayor,
folks.
and
Thank
Mr.
you.
Mayor and Chair, could I just say one moment? Mr. Patrick, I've gotten numerous calls also, and I've referred some calls to you, and I've spoken to you. And the individuals, homeowners, have called me back, and they said, Mr. Bright, we want to thank you for getting our limbs picked up. I said, no, thank our public works people, exactly, because they are working night and day, and this is an unusual period of time. It could be climate change, but there are a lot of storms happening. So, but just appreciate our public works department, and but you can thank me too, but primarily it's the public works people. And so I just want to let you know that the citizens, they are appreciative of the work that you're doing. And although it's gradual, but they appreciate it. Thank you.
And I have to say, I'm blessed by having some of the best workers in my 40 years that I've worked with, very dedicated and willing to work on Saturdays and Sundays. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Next, we have our consent agenda, and we have 4 items. The first is the approval of weed removal services contract for the Code Enforcement Department, street sweeping contract services for the Streets and Highway Division, an application for a charitable gaming license for the Zonta Club of Southfield Area Foundation, and a request for a public hearing date for the 2023-2024 Community Development Block Grant Annual Action Plan and the 5-year consolidated plan. Council, do you have any items you wish to be pulled? Okay,
Mr. President,
yes.
I'd like to move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilman Cruz, supported by Councilman Banks, to approve consent agenda items A through D. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
although I didn't want to pull this, I did have a question about item B. This is just for informational purposes only.
Sure.
Item, and it indicated this item A.
Item
Currently-
A or, item A or B?
A, I'm sorry.
A, okay. The weed removal.
Yeah, weed removal. I just want to find out, do we currently have anybody assisting, outside vendor assisting us with this? Is this all in-house?
We'll have our code enforcement director come up.
Good evening, council. Good evening, everyone. Councilman Brightwell, you asked if we have any outside vendors assisting?
Yes.
No, we are wrapping up our current contract April 30th with Green Leaves. Our season begins May 1st. So if this item is approved, we'll move forward with the new contractor beginning May 1st.
Okay. Okay, so historically, we always had an outside vendor doing this?
Well, yes, we've always had a contractor on hand, and we also have in-house staff to assist, if that's what your question is.
Yeah, I
Yes.
just wanted, yeah.
Yes, we do have one blight staff removal, blight employee, full-time, and we're working on getting seasonal assistance as well.
Okay, all right, thank you, that's it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next we move into the public hearings and site plan. First is the PSLU 23-0003, a special use request of Rosetta Building Company to allow a standalone Culver's Restaurant with drive-through on the property located on the southeast corner of Southfield Road and Windflower.
Good evening. I'll introduce both items together. We need to deal with these separately, but as you stated, our public hearings regarding the PSLU 23-003, and should that pass, we will be talking about PSP 23-0005, the site plan. Petitioners Rosetta Building Company, located on the east side of Southfield Road between Edwards and Windflower. Existing zoning is B3 general business. Special use request is to allow for a standalone restaurant with drive-through. Site plan review request is for construction of a 3,873 gross square foot Culver restaurant with drive-through. To remind council, a similar plan was before you last November, which failed to move forward with a 3-3 vote. The petitioner has revised the plan to add an additional ingress-egress on Southfield Road and has reduced the size of the building, thereby reducing the amount of parking that's required. And for those two reasons, they're back before you to consider a revised plan. The site, as indicated, is located in the southeast corner of the intersection at Southfield and Windflower. Existing conditions, the property has been undeveloped and vacant, originally designated for bank building that never materialized. Zoning is B3. The planning indicates North Southfield Road subarea. And this is the revised plan with Windflower to the north or on the top, and then a second ingress-egress on onto Southfield Road that has been reviewed by the Road Commission of Oakland County. The drive-through pretty much follows the same orientation and traffic pattern, and the building itself has been reduced by a few square feet. This is the proposed landscaping plan. Similar to other developments on Southfield Road, there will be intensive landscaping with some decorative fencing and brick piers to break up all the parking adjacent to the road rights of way. Screening wall with intensive evergreen plantings to help reduce noise and reduce light spillage. These are the proposed elevations, which are typical of a Culver's. Some perspectives of what's being proposed, including outdoor seating patio, floor plan. And with that, we have the applicant here tonight if you want to make some comments. And then after the public hearing, come back and be prepared to answer any questions from the council.
Good evening. So obviously, as Terry stated before, we were at original city council meeting. We made some adjustments to the site plan, which allowed traffic and addressed the concerns of some of the neighbors to the east of the property, to have an additional egress going out of the property, as well as I shrunk down the dining room to allow less patronage to come into the restaurant and address their concerns. And in doing so, I over the last couple months of doing this, I've been studying the traffic flows and looking at the traffic north of me in the strip center and talking to the businesses to them and trying to address everyone's concerns to make sure that we're developing a parcel that can adequately support the needs of the infrastructure in the subdivision requirements of the neighborhood. And in doing so, we feel that we've addressed the concerns to adequately meet the subdivision's concerns of egress of patronages out of our establishment and egress.
And through the chair, I just want to add that we did require a traffic impact statement to be done. That was found to have minimal impact on the traffic operations. A left turn phasing warrant was conducted at the intersection of Southfield Road and Webster Ave, Windflower Drive. The analysis resulted in not a warrant being met for a dedicated left turn. However, mitigation through the timing of the intersection could take place by the Road Commission of Oakland County, and that might be basically the timing of the signalization, red, yellow, green at that intersection may help. But ultimately, the study found that this proposal will not have a significant impact on the roadway network. Mr. Spence followed up with the police department and requested a crash report for the intersection for the past 5 years. There were six reported accidents, and the intersections were, the nearest intersection was indicated, but there was nothing specific to the turning radius into Windflower from those. So about one crash a year, according to police records. Not everything is always reported, but there was no significant indication of traffic concerns based on the studies that were provided. Thank you.
And also, may I add to this that Oakland County is increasing the optimization of the signals to the south of 12 Mile, all the way down to 11 Mile and south of that. So with that, it'll definitely help traffic flow up and down the Southfield corridor. So, and also, I did talk to like a lot of the businesses in the area, especially Starbucks, which is a major concern. And I went to there this weekend to just double check, with what the traffic pattern is and to see if there's anything backing up into Windflower. And I spent countless hours just watching traffic, and I couldn't see anything. And I talked to the general manager. She said, we don't have any reports of any neighbors complaining of traffic backing up onto Windflower. She said it could be possible that, some mornings it could get backed up, but that's if there's not enough staff at the restaurant, or if they close down a Starbucks that's across the street and Telegraph, the customers have a tendency to mitigate towards their business. And then just right as the city council meeting did start, I received a phone call back from this district manager of Starbucks, and he says he has not heard anything from the residents or any complaints regarding traffic on Windflower. And he admitted to me too, is like, you know, if there was traffic and there was a concern from the neighbors, he would have definitely heard about it, because he's at other Starbucks that he has that he hears about traffic concerns. So at this point, I don't see, you know, where the traffic is. And, you know, I've talked to the neighbors, you know, that live on there, that have walking their dog in the mornings, and they said they have no problem getting it out. I've talked to the Jets Pizza delivery guy, and he mentioned to me he delivers pizzas all day long. His brother owns the establishment, and he has no problem getting in and out of there. And then when they released the Apple I-14, I was there in the morning and watched the traffic from I forget the mobile store there in the corner is, and they had no concerns, and I talked to the district manager there. They have no reports of traffic. And so, you know, you went on my phone, the Google app, and I've looked to see when the primary times are, and I've driven out to the Starbucks to see, you know, how busy it is, and I don't see where traffic is backed up. I'm not saying it can't happen, but, you know, as much as the traffic is a concern, I just don't see it. And the traffic light is there for a safety, for the, you know, pedestrians and the cars coming up and down Southfield, as well as the, you know, the east and westbound traffic. And, you know, I just trying to understand, you know, where this traffic is coming from. And you know, been there tons and tons of times, and I just can't understand, you know, where the complaints are coming from, because Oakland County hasn't received a complaint, Starbucks hasn't received a complaint, the code enforcement, police department, you know, no one, you know, has received any complaints. I even stepped up to even stripe the Windflower to, you know, protect the people from, you know, going in the wrong direction. And, you know, I told them, you know, when we get the project going, I'll stripe that intersection to make sure that cars are properly aligned, that the traffic signals timed correctly, and that traffic can flow in and out. You know, we actually had a meeting with the residents, and I showed them that cars are not lining up correctly at the traffic signal to actually optimize the signal to make sure traffic can flow safely out of that intersection.
Okay. Anything else before we go into our public hearing? And to the city planner, just for clarification, there were changes made to the plan just besides the entrance on Southfield Road. Is that correct?
The two significants were that an additional ingress was added to Southfield Road, and the overall size of the building was reduced, the dining area, which reduces the amount of parking required, thereby improving traffic circulation within the site. Those were the two significant changes.
Okay.
And then also, I did have, you know, a phone call meeting with the residents in the east and the subdivision, and asked them, you know, what their concerns are so I can address it. And I go, you know, okay, I understand that you guys, you know, upset it might be of the traffic, but I don't see the traffic concerns are with this new project. What would you like built there? And immediately someone said nothing, which I understand they don't want anything there because it's been vacant for so long. And someone mentioned a bank. Well, a bank's not going to happen because a bank just went out of business across the street. And then also, someone mentioned a park. I go, you guys got a park in the back of your subdivision. Why would you want another park in the front? And, you know, if they were that concerned about the project, you know, why can't they address me and tell me what they would like to be built there that's realistic and you know, it would address, you know, the concerns of the community, not just, you know, what their needs and wants are, you know, based on what the land is supposed to be done. You know, that's, you know, my concern is that, you know, if they thought about this, you know, instead of coming to these meetings every week and you know, or every time we have one, you know, address something and say, hey, you know, we'd like this built here, but they haven't even done that. So, you know, that's where my concern is as far as, you know, being a developer. You know, I've addressed their concerns of traffic and try to mitigate things, but, you know, the opposite end hasn't happened for my side.
Okay, thank you. We will now open the public hearing for PSLU 23-0003, the special use request of Rosetta Building Company to allow for a standalone Culver's Restaurant with drive-through on a property located on the southeast corner of Southfield Road and Windflower. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. Please give your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Council President. Pamela Gerald, P.O. Box 155, Southfield, Michigan, 48037-0155. My telephone number is 248-346-0439. And I just want to continue to thank my Southfield resident partners for trusting in me for over 40 years to bring you news that you can use, to support causes that are good for the people, and to fight against causes that are not good for our residents. You know, we have to take into consideration that Southfield is only 26.6 or either 26.3 square miles. I can't remember, but somebody up there can set the record straight. We're only so big, and we keep talking about we want development in this city, and we're not going to be able to make the city bigger. We can make the city better by coming up with traffic patterns and ways to go in and out. And I agree with the people that don't want a business there by their sanctuary. But if you ride through the city and see how small we are and how this city is booming, there's always room to come to a consensus. When we first talked about putting the Chick-fil-A up there where I used to live at 12 and Telegraph, I wasn't too happy about it. And I thought, how are they going to put a restaurant within a parking lot? And what about the people trying to drive from Lowe's? Like I go to Lowe's, I go to DSW, I go to Meijer. I couldn't envision it. But you know what? It works. I think a lot of it has to do with the manner in which people drive. And people want to run to a business. They want to hurry up and run home. But you got traffic lights. You got a lot of population in the city of Southfield during the day. And then think about the people that use DoorDash and Grubhub. Those drivers are driving like bat out of hell trying to get to the stop, like the pizza deliveries, in a certain time so they won't be docked and they can get a good marking. So I'm saying all of that to say that if this company has worked with the residents to downsize, to come up with their concerns, I think we deserve to consider the fact that another business, another restaurant wants to come to the city of Southfield. We don't have a lot of restaurants in the city. And I like Culver's. It's a clean place. They employ a lot of young kids. These kids know how to work cohesively. And like in some restaurants, I've never seen a parent come in and be disrespectful to the kids. So I'm in favor of this particular special use request.
Hi, Marjo Williams, 17666 Windflower Drive. I don't know if you need my address. So you guys have been listening to us for a while, and again, we are the actual residents of the neighborhood. We live there. We've been living there for more than a decade and a half. We go to sleep there. We go home there. We're there all the time. So we kind of know a little bit more than some of the other people that you've seen coming up. One thing that I'd like to clear up, the exit that is supposed to be coming out of this Culver's is going to be a one-way exit. There is no entrance that's coming in off of Southfield Road. So all of the people that are going into the Culver's would still be coming down Windflower. That exit is going to be an entrance and an exit, which is right across from the Starbucks, which is an entrance and an exit. One of the main concerns that we have with that one way, or the one entrance and exit that's there, is that we're going to be getting traffic coming in from two opposite directions, and then we have traffic coming in and out of the subdivision itself. If there is an accident there, which does happen, there are fender benders there, people get into near misses fairly often, then we get trapped in our subdivision. We have one entrance and one exit, that is it. That is still one of our biggest concerns. Something that could potentially mitigate that would be if we had a second entrance exit that was coming into the subdivision. Unfortunately, we do not. The other thing that I think needs to be said is for some of the traffic studies that are saying that there is no traffic impact at this point in time, we're only dealing with the traffic that's coming from our subdivision and the traffic that does come from that Starbucks at some point. So I know that they kind of try to guesstimate what the traffic is going to look like with Culver's, but again, something brand new, shiny is the only Culver's that's in Southfield. If there is an influx of traffic that comes in for the first couple of months that this place is open, we are getting stuck in our homes. The last thing that I would like to say is, at the end of the day, it's going to attract more rodents, more wildlife into the area. I know that they've said previously that they have people that are going to come out and clean. I, for one, am not confident in everything that is being said. They also said last time that if it didn't get passed back in November, they wouldn't be back, and yet here we are. So I can't really say that I'm going to trust that there's going to be somebody out there cleaning the grounds regularly and really making sure that they're not having a huge impact on us and our neighborhood.
Arwilda Smith, 17791 Windflower Drive, Southfield, Michigan. Again, I'd like to state that with the traffic and everything, the other night when they had the accident and the whole Southfield was blocked off, Windflower, Webster, coming north on Southfield Road, you had to, in order to get into our subdivision, we had to go a half a mile down to 12 Mile, 1 mile over to Greenfield, 1 mile back up to 13 Mile, 1 mile back over to Southfield, half a mile back to Windflower, and then through the Starbucks parking lot. Also, I, for one, did not know that I could be reporting all of this stuff to the police or whoever until the one meeting we had, and the young man over here, he told us who we could call, and that just happened, because had I known who to call, I would have. I didn't know that. I didn't know we could do that. So I don't know about the other residents. I'm pretty sure they didn't know either, so we couldn't make a phone call because we didn't know who to call. But we were told at one meeting of the Planning Commission, I believe it was, who we could call to report this stuff. And like I said, I don't know if there was a fatality from the accident on the 18th of March last week, a week ago, but the car was completely destroyed, and the big, tall telephone pole was cracked in two, and they had to come out and support it to another pole, and they're still working on that intersection to get that straight. And as far as the pizza delivery people, they go out of the other end of they have two entrances into and out of the Starbucks Jets Pizza parking lot. And they go out on the other end because they know how difficult it is to get out on Windflower. So I see them all the time going out on the other end because I live there and I go through there all the time, so I see it. But, and as far as on the park, that I cannot believe that, because we have 3 parks right there in the area, one behind the shopping area, one within our subdivision, and one across the street on Webster behind the bank building. So why would somebody want a park right there in that area on Southfield Road? Doesn't make sense. Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Philip Bunker. I'm here with my wife, Kathleen Bunker. We live at 17869 Windflower Drive. Thank you for your time this evening. I'm also here to debate the Culvers. I have a lot of concerns. Again, I know a lot of our members of our community have mentioned the traffic, and I agree with them. You know, I understand that we may have, you know, there's other people here who may have called some folks or may have been here a time or two. but we're there every day. You know, we come in and out. We see the near misses every time we're pulling out of our complex and someone just got their Starbucks and they're heading off to work. It's not going to be any different when someone gets their Culver's breakfast and is flying off to work too. You know, we're trying to raise our families here. And this is, we talk about the safety, want to bring well-being, you know, thinking about our community. And we're in the community. We're here every day. We live here. We want to be here. And, you know, these are the concerns that we have. You know, I have concerns when I see, you know, members of the council on their phone when we're speaking, but very engaged when developers are speaking. You know, these developers, I get it. You know, they're here to make, you know, here to make money. But there's a perfectly equivalent property directly across the street that has 2 entrances and exits on and off of Southfield Road and off of Webster. You know, why can that property not be utilized? You know, we talk about the noise. There's a popular thing in car culture that Culvers are used for meetups, you know, to have, let's all go meet at the Culvers, we'll get a shake and bring all our cars and do a car show, which is fun. I mean, that's why I live in this area. I love cars. I work in the auto industry. But is that where we want our, you know, people to be doing burnouts out of this place, you know, racing around, and we're just trying to get to and from our home? And then this is a private drive. You know, who's responsible when accidents occur? Who's responsible to say if, you know, is that putting our community in liability if an accident were to occur in that area and there's a pothole that could be blamed, or maybe this road wasn't salted perfectly that night? I mean, that's our road to upkeep. And when we talk about the studies, you know, the traffic patterns the last 5 years, I mean, there's been so much development in this area. Did it really capture everything? Is giving us the accurate picture that we need? I'm not in favor of this. I know many members of our community are not also, who can't be here tonight, and I wish we would give it a strong consideration. The property across the street is everything they're looking for, everything they're proposing here. We need to revitalize the community that we have, revitalize the buildings that we have, and not take away from the environment and the greenery that we have in our community right now. Thank you, Council.
Jim Esnault, 17741 Windflower Drive. Just want to follow up with what was said previously by the developer. Being a franchisee developer, he did propose a meeting, and he had a Zoom conference with the board of directors of Windflower Springhaven Communities, which I am on the board. But being that that was a spontaneous meeting with no real agenda, when asked what would we like to see there, members of the community just kind of blurted out ideas, including nothing at all, a bank which failed, which was never built. One of the members did happen to mention a park, and then other board members chimed in and said, we know that's not going to happen. We have a park behind us. So it was just a spontaneous meeting. We did not have an opportunity to create an agenda because we didn't know what the meeting would entail. It was just more so a sound-off meeting. So I just don't want it to seem like he met with us and we were just had nothing to go on, or we were talking without any real knowledge. It was a spontaneous meeting. We expressed our concerns primarily with traffic, safety, and being an attractive nuisance. When addressed as to what we would like to see there, with him being a franchisee and developer for Culver specifically, there was also the option presented of a potential strip mall of maybe 4 or 5 units, with one of those units also including a restaurant with another drive-through. But then it became the lesser of two evils. A strip mall with another drive-through, which we have absolutely no control of who the individual units are rented out to, or a single building, which we will only have to deal with one particular leasee, which would be Culver. So we could have 4 or 5 tenants or 1 tenant. So that's where, as a franchisee, it was kind of a, here's your options, but you have the lesser of 2 evils to decide from. So that's kind of how that meeting went. I just wanted to clarify that. And I just lost my other point that I wanted to make. So I guess I just made the 2 important points that I wanted to bring to everyone's attention, that yes, a meeting was held with the Board of Directors for Spring Haven Villas on Windflower, but it was a spontaneous meeting, so we were just able to address as things came to our mind. All right? Thank you.
Joseph Person, Post Office Box 115, Southfield, Michigan, 48037. You know, I'm listening to this, and it reminds me in the subdivision that I live in, when the next street over wanted to cut a path through our street, because we have a cul-de-sac where you go in, and you go in one way and come out one way on Waycross. You go in Waycross, you can come all the way around on Peekskill and come out. The neighbors on the next street over wanted to cut a swatch out in our property so that they could get through on our street, so they had problems getting out of their cul-de-sac. 2 Saturdays ago, myself and Mrs. Person were over there trying to see one of the immediate past chairs of the Martin Luther King Task Force, who happens to live there in Windflower. Coming out, and we got lost getting through there. We're sitting at right at the corner. There's no light, but the light that's right there by Big Boys, right there at Home Depot and everything, there were so many cars coming through. We're sitting there, and the gentleman said he sat there for hours. I sat there for 5 minutes and was totally pissed off, as well as Ms. Person. And then we went and did the research again, as Councilman Banks said back in November, that you don't have 2 driveways, 2 driveways to get in and out. There was a lot of problems there. These folks are here, and as the gentleman just said, who's part of the executive board, and I trust executive boards because I trust my executive board. If he says it was a spontaneous meeting, that it was just thrown together and people were saying things, and then the architect or this gentleman comes and said he spoke to everybody, it isn't right. Have a meeting with all of the people and let them have their say. But again, the building right across the street, put it over there. Put it over there where all of the other businesses are. Trust these folks that are coming to you. These people are raising their families here. And when you raise your families, you don't want anybody coming into your neighborhood just doing things. I'm quite sure all of you that are on city council, that up there on city council, you fight for the issues and concerns of what happens in your neighborhood. These folks are sitting here fighting for theirs. And may I remind them and remind y'all that 5 of y'all are up for city council or running for city council. These are the kind of issues and concerns that people decide how you're going to vote. And ladies and gentlemen, we need to ask you, Mr. President, for a roll call vote if you choose to vote for it, so that the people can know exactly which city councilman voted for this agenda item or which city councilman did not vote for it. Thank you.
Gerard Mullen, Post Office Box 155, Southfield, Michigan, 48037. I'm for this project. 5 years ago, I discovered culverts up in Petoskey, Michigan. And then I went down south on the west side of the state and found a lot of culverts, and I liked every one of them. Today, if I want to go to culverts, I have to go to Wixom. Last week, I went to Wixom 5 times for my chili and hot coffee. Today, when someone does not have a rational argument to be against a project, they create irrational arguments like traffic safety. I know that personally because I've done it myself when I've been against a project. If traffic is a real problem, then we need to rezone the 12-mile telegraph interchange, and then we'd really be safe. I think you need to think about this project and think about increasing the tax base of this city to offset all the tax abatements that you folks have given over the last 25 years. Thank you.
Harmon Gunther, 19101 Green Spruce. I'm president of the Grant Brook Village Homeowners Association, and I drive Webster every day to just get out of Southfield Road. Several of the speakers had mentioned something that I've mentioned a long time ago when this project was first on. You have an empty bank building across the street. You know, you have two entrances to that bank building that they could use without any problem, without any residents right behind it. So I would consider, as much as I would like to see culverts there, I would urgently ask them to consider moving it across the street. Thank you.
Is there anyone else for PSLU 23-0003?
Good evening. My name is Marcy and Turner, 21700 Mata Avenue, Southfield, Michigan. I was just listening to everyone that's spoken today, and I'd just like to add something for consideration, because I don't live in the neighborhood, but I was sitting here thinking about, what if they were going to build a culverts on the corner of my street? And I live in a residential neighborhood. How would I feel about that when they're going to put the entrance right on the residential street? Why not put it on Southfield Road? It seems as if maybe they're trying to cram something in an area that could be better served on a larger piece of land, so they could put it on a main fairway or thoroughfare like Southfield Road or Evergreen or somewhere else. I'd just like the council to consider that, because we all live in the city. We all have neighborhoods. We all want to keep the integrity of our neighborhoods intact. So I'd just like to add that I'm all for new development. I love to go to restaurants. I would love to go to a Culver's if you were here. But I just think maybe another parcel of land would be better suited for this development that could be more convenient for everyone involved, so that everybody can be happy. You know, Culver's can be happy, they can have new development here, the city can be happy, new revenue, and the neighborhoods can be happy. So that's what I'd like to add. Thank you.
All right, seeing no one else, the public hearing is now closed. Council, any questions? Councilman Banks?
Thank you. I would just like some clarification, please. How many entrances to get into the restaurant property are there presently? Are being proposed, excuse me, on the new plan?
On the new plan, we have one entrance that's coming off of Windflower.
I'm sorry, coming off of where?
And on that plan right there, we have one entrance coming off of Windflower.
Mr. Crowe, could you show me on the map, please, where that is?
So,
Right there, okay.
this is the intersection with a traffic light.
Right.
So there's one entrance here, and then there's a secondary entrance, ingress, egress here. Now, it was originally proposed as an egress only, but talking with the city engineer, our recommendation, and I mentioned this to the developer, that it be a right turn in and a right turn out. That is typical of what we look for when there is a secondary entrance of that nature. And our recommendation was subject to right turn only in and a right turn only out. The way it was originally proposed was just off of Windflower. Then they came back with a egress only onto Southfield. Ultimately, that's going to be subject to the Road Commission of Oakland County. But again, standard traffic engineering and discussing this with the city engineer, we're both in concurrence that it'd be a right turn in and right turn out only, and that is part of our recommendation for approval.
But the developer just said there's only one way in and two ways out. I'm hearing a conflict here.
Yeah, that's something that we just talked about at the beginning. So I'm just talking about what you see up there in the plan.
So you're proposing, right now, there's one way in and two ways out.
That's currently what's in the plan, but the city would like to change that and add a right in, right out, which we don't have no opposition to it. I'm not sure what's going
I'm
to.
sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you. You don't know about what?
Currently, the plan shows two entrances in, two ingresses in, and one egress in and two egresses out.
Correct.
Okay? So at the beginning of the meeting with Terry, we address a right in and right out on the south side of the property.
Is there a reason, first of all, thank you for considering an option for, as you're saying, egress, and our planner is saying ingress and egress off of Southfield Road. Why can't that just be the main entrance? I think that will resolve a lot of the problems here. Close off any ingress or egress off of Windflower.
Well, you got to understand, that's a private drive, and I have rights to that private drive also. So.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what?
It's a private drive up there, so my parcel, the subdivision, the parcel to the north all share egress and egress out of that specific site off that drive, off of Windflower.
That's correct, Ms. Banks, and it's preferred to have people entering and exiting at a signalized intersection. So that would be the preferred entrance for traffic safety. The developer was willing to add a secondary means of ingress egress, which was our recommendation at the Planning Commission, and it's part of our recommendation tonight, that there be a right turn in and right turn out. I discussed that with them prior to the meeting because the plans weren't updated, and they agreed to that, should this move forward. So there'd be two means of ingress and two means of egress.
I thought when we held our public hearing at the end of last year, we were just trying to find another way in and another way out. Instead, we've just come up with like another possible road, but the same problem still exists.
Well, again, it's always preferred to have two means of ingress and egress. I believe the developer heard some of the concerns from the November meeting, and that's why he put forth the secondary. He originally proposed a secondary egress only, but again, it's our recommendation, and it's safer to have a right turn in and a right turn out, so there would be two means of ingress and egress. The signalized intersection is the safest way of turning in and out. Windflower is private, and he has access to that road. And this property has always been Zone B3, so there's a number of commercial uses that could go on this property. It's the drive-through that required the special land use condition. But there are a number of intensive commercial uses that could go there by right.
In the property across the street where the bank is, isn't that almost the same size as this property?
I'm not aware, and
I don't know what the size of that property is, but that bank property is not for sale. Let alone, I can't tear down a bank and make it be too cost prohibitive to tear down a bank and, revitalize that piece of land. That's probably why it's sitting empty right now, because there's no other banks that want to use that property for a bank.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So we would address some concerns that was brought up. First of all, we don't serve breakfast and coffee in the morning. One of the persons mentioned that, there'll be a ton of traffic with Starbucks with additional breakfast and coffee. Our hours are opposite of what Starbucks is. So with the traffic concern, we don't interfere with each other too much in regards to that. Their major traffic draw is early in the morning while they're serving coffee. Ours is later in the afternoon for
So
business.
what are your hours again?
10:30 a.m. to 10 p.m.
So 10 to 10.
I didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
What are the hours of the restaurant?
10:30 to
10:30 a.m.
to 10 p.m.
Thank you.
And then, as far as car shows goes and burnouts, we're not that type of business. We don't draw that type of crowd of rowdy people, that come to this type of a restaurant. So hold on a second here.
He is referring to Lake Orion Culvers. They have a 3-acre parcel. They have lots of cars, a lot of property available to do that. Our 3 locations that we have, we don't participate in the car shows. We don't do any of that. We are a family-friendly place. We hire the community. We are involved with churches. We are involved with schools. I do share nights where we give back, not only from a custard standpoint. We have so many local schools that come to us that support, that want the reading encouragement or the fun run cards or custard donations or even a share night to help support the kids on a camping adventure. These are all things like we help support because the community comes together and we want to encourage that. So churches, schools, we are affiliated with all of that in the community. So that's something we do. But I swear to you, I would never do a car show. That is not something, that's not the crowd we want to attract. We are a family community. We want your families to come in. We want your kids to come work for us. We start hiring at 15. We have a wonderful group of kids. We do. We start them. We can start as early as 14. We prefer to start at 15 and a half. They helps pay for their college, helps pay for their local expenses.
And then, one of our team members, Ed, who's the general manager down in Livonia, would like to address the porter position and what the porter position does.
All right, so I can only speak to the cleanliness of the restaurant. All these traffic issues, I can't speak to that. But I will say that Culver's takes cleanliness of the restaurant very serious. We have a porter at my location in Livonia that comes, that's scheduled from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m., and his only job is to clean the restaurant inside and out. So we don't have a rodent issue at my location. We have terminators come out at least once a month to check our location to make sure that there isn't like any rodent problems. And outside of the regular like health, like the normal like health code, what's that thing called when they so we have like Culver's have like an EcoSure. They work with EcoSure, and then they come out 4 times a year to evaluate our store outside of the the regular health department inspections. So I will say that Culver take cleanliness very serious, and so I can only speak to that issue. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Frazier?
Yes. Question to our planner. You said the building was reduced in size. How much floor space was reduced?
I'm going to defer to the
It's not based on floor space, it's based on table size. So it's the number of seats of occupants you can have in the building. So we reduced it by like 30%. So we
Okay.
reduced it quite a bit.
Okay, so if you reduce the seating inside the restaurant and you have outside outside seating, did you add outside seating when you reduced the inside seating?
We've always proposed outside seating.
Pardon me?
We've always had outside seating.
I know, but when you reduced the size of the inside seating,
No,
did you increase the
outside
size?
the outside has not increased.
And how many outside tables do you have?
I think there's 2 or 3, I believe. I'm not positive, but 2 or 3. So it's not there's not a whole lot of outside seating, and people usually generally don't sit on the outside except for in the springtime or in late fall. Summertime is usually too hot. You know, most people don't want to sit out there because of the way the sun sets on the west side. The sun beats down on them on that side of the building. So generally, most of the time is in the fall or in the springtime is when people use the outside seating.
Okay, the reason I asked that question is, you know, the wind blows.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're sitting outside, there's, I don't know if you have paper plates or wrappings on the food and stuff. If the people aren't careful, you know, they could let it fly off the table and it'd be flying around it.
We do have 2 trash cans readily available right there for them to dispose of their wrappers, as well as a tray holder that sits on top of the trash can. So when they get done with their food, they take their tray, they sit on top of the trash can that's specially designed to hold their tray, and then that trash can holds all their waste products.
Okay,
And the porter, you know, maintains that trash can to make sure it's cleanliness of that trash can and it's cleaned every day.
okay. One of the things that, and you made that point, the point that I was going to make, I'm still going to make it, is several of the people that came to the microphone said, well, there's space across the street. Why don't you just relocate your restaurant over there? It's just like you have some kind of magic that you just go over there and plunk a restaurant down in a place across the street. First of all, it has to be for sale.
Right.
It has to be for sale at a price that you can afford to purchase the property and still build a restaurant. So I don't think that's a reasonable solution to.
No, it's not reasonable.
Pardon me?
It's not reasonable, no.
No, it's not. It doesn't seem to me to be a reasonable solution. And I've been on the council for quite a long time. And in my neighborhood, because what I hear from a lot of the people is, we want a Culver's restaurant in Southfield, we just don't want it in our neighborhood. Those are called NIMBYs, not in my backyard.
Right.
In my neighborhood, there was a proposal to build some condos that really dwarfed the homes in our neighborhood. And there were a lot of people that were against it, saying, oh, that's just terrible. The cost of the housing is going to go down because comparing to that. Well, I had to vote. And my own personal ethics is if it's good enough for the other side of town, it's good enough for my side of town. I'm not going to vote for not to be on my side of town and put it on some other side of town. So if our rules allow the restaurant to be there, you've met the requirements for the ingress and egress, you've worked with our planning commission to make it reasonably safe. And we can't guarantee there's not going to be another automobile accident. Accidents happen all over the place, and it's going to tie up traffic. So Mr. Spence did a research in the last 5 years, and I believe they said there were 6 accidents in 5 years in a 1 mile radius up and down, or 1 mile space up and down. So I don't have any problem with putting the restaurant there. I've been to the restaurant in Livonia, and it was very clean, quiet, orderly, and food was good. So I don't have any problem with you putting a restaurant there.
Councilman Brightwell?
Yeah, this is for clarification purposes only. I'm not clear. What did the road commission agree to? Did they agree to, I've gotten conflicting, well, I haven't got a clear answer.
The Oakland County Road Commission?
The road commission, Oakland County Road Commission.
The Oakland County Road Commission approved what's up on that plan right there.
They approved what?
The plan that's there, the egress going out onto Southfield Road.
Okay.
The
Terry,
other,
can
the
you
other
point
entrance
that
is
out
already
to me on
there.
the map?
Was that?
I'm sorry, Mr. Brightwell?
Can you just point out, I'm not clear what the road commission agreed to.
But- Well, this is what was presented to the road commission, an egress only out.
Okay.
But Ms. Schultz and I have talked, and if the city is requesting a right turn in and right turn out, it's very unlikely that they would go against that recommendation. They will defer to the local in most cases. There would have to be some extraordinary circumstances that they would go against our recommendation.
Okay.
But they approved what was proposed. We're proposing, and as part of our condition, a right turn in and a right turn out. Ultimately, it would be subject to the road commission, the Oakland County's final approval, but in many cases, the site plan is the first phase. It still has to go through city engineering, it'll have to go through building, it'll have to go through the road commission of Oakland County. But it'd be very unlikely if we recommended an egress, a right turn in and a right turn out, that they would go against that recommendation.
So there's a very high probability. Okay, so the other entry would be up
The
north
main,
there?
the main intersection is right here
Okay.
with the traffic signal, and that's the Windflower entrance.
Okay.
This was in response to the concerns that were raised in November to provide an outlet and to reduce the amount of traffic that was going in and out from Windflower.
Okay, no, that's fine.
But
I
it's
just-
safer to have it as a right turn in and a right turn out as opposed to just an out, because inevitably, someone will try to go in the out and cause more problems than if it's designed properly
Right.
with a
I'm-
diverter.
Yeah, I agree. I just wanted to make clear what the ingress, egress, and what was the likelihood of the road commission going along with the south entry and exit there. Okay, all right, thanks, that's all. Okay.
Thank you. All right. Yes, Councilman Bates.
Could you please outline where is the traffic light, please?
The traffic light is approximately right here. So this is north-south, Southfield Road, and right at the intersection where these converge is the traffic light.
And then there's another traffic light south, correct?
Well, further south.
Further south, yeah.
Not within this area. Let's see if I can go back to the,
Down where Big Boy is.
yeah. So you've got Webster across the street here, and this is where the signal is. There's another one further down and further north.
Wait, Councilman Cruz, he's got a map up there. I think could you repeat what you said, please? You got it.
just asking that, where the Boston Market area still is, you can come out of there onto Southfield, and so there's no light there, is there?
Correct. No.
It's down where the Big Boy is.
Is it,
Yeah, it's a couple exits on Southfield like that. Okay, that was all I was just trying, I want to add, sorry.
Any other questions, Council? Councilman Hoag?
I just had one or two. Regarding your parking, how many spaces do you have?
I think there's close to about 40 spaces up there.
40? Okay,
Yeah.
because I'm trying to picture, I forget sometimes about your location in Livonia, so I also go to Wixom.
Yep.
And one of the problems that I see there is when the drive-through orders aren't ready, then the drive-through cars are packed up. What's your scheme for the backup of the drive-through, if you will? Like, where do you have the cars being stationed as you bring out
Terry.
orders?
would you
Can
like,
you put the site plan up?
I'm sorry?
Can you put the site plan up? So if you look at our site plan, you'll see the additional stacking out front. So that allows for additional cars to be stacked out front of our building. Wixom and Livonia does not have the same amount of stacking out front, so that's why you see that amount.
Yeah.
And so that's why we have that additional stacking out front, as well as additional stacking in the back of the property. Starbucks does not have that type of stacking. So our drive-through is unique in the aspect of we can hold a lot more cars than Starbucks can, and we can process a lot more cars more efficiently.
How many cars can you hold?
We can hold
in your
like 19.
19?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
that is good, okay. That's all I said, thank you.
No other questions from council? All right, Mr. Crode?
So are you prepared for a recommendation?
Yes.
With regards to PSLU 23-003, the special use request of Rosetta Building Company to allow for the use of the property for a standalone restaurant with drive-through on property Sidwell 2412-153-019 on the east side of Southfield Road between Edwards and Windflower, be approved for the following reasons, subject to the site plan conditions of PSP 23-0005. Restaurant operations shall be limited to 10:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. 7 days a week. The submitted special use with any conditions recommended by the Planning Department and the Planning Commission will be of such size and character that will be in harmony with the appropriate and orderly development of the existing B3 General Business District. The location, size, intensity, and periods of operation of the proposed use is designated to eliminate any possible nuisance likely to emanate there from which might be adverse to occupants of the nearby permitted uses. The proposed use is in accord with the spirit and purpose of this chapter and is not inconsistent with or contrary to the objectives sought in the accomplished by this chapter and principles of sound planning. The proposed use is of such character and vehicle traffic generated will not have an adverse effect or detrimental to the surrounding land uses or adjacent thoroughfares. The proposed use is of such character and intensity and arranged on the site so as to eliminate any adverse effects resulting from noise, dust, dirt, glare, odor, or fumes. The proposed use will not be adverse to the promotion of the health, safety, and welfare of the community. The proposed use is designed and operated so as to provide security and safety to employees and the general public. Now, under our site plan, egress and ingress on Southfield Road from the site is subject to final review and approval by the Road Commission for Oakland County and the City of Southfield with a recommended right turn in and right turn out only.
Thank you. Just to clarify, based on the added recommendation for the site plan you just mentioned about the ingress and egress for the right turn only on Southfield Road, if the county disagrees, does that make our recommendation or our vote void?
The recommendation is subject to the Road Commission of Oakland County and the city engineer.
Okay.
So, but we specifically recommended a right turn in and right turn out.
Correct. Okay. Thank you. Council?
I have one more comment.
Yes.
When the planner was talking about the conditions, I don't think I heard, maybe I missed it, but perpetual care of the landscaping?
Yes, through the chair, Councilman Frazier, those are all covered under the site plan portion of this.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're ready, if this moves forward, there'll be another set of conditions specific to the site plan, which includes the maintenance, perpetual maintenance agreement.
Okay.
And the first item of this is subject to the site plan being approved with their conditions. So
Okay.
this has to take precedent first, because if the use isn't permitted, then we don't go to the
Right.
site plan.
Well, neighbors would be happy if they plant a lot of
Right.
plants there, but no.
Right, but
No, put a building
that's
in.
covered under the next item.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
I move that we approve the special use request as presented PSLU 23-003.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilman Hoag, supported by Councilman Frazier, to approve PSLU 23-0003. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? No. Motion carries 6-1.
So through the chair, our next item is basically, if you have any, you want, please, let's stay up there. To deal specifically with the site plan, and we'd be happy to answer any specific questions that you have, or I could go into reading our recommended resolution on the site plan.
Well, I'll ask if our council has any other specific questions for the site plan. Okay, you can read the recommended.
Thank you. Through the chair, resolved that PSP 23-0005, the site plan review request of Rosetta Building Company to construct a 3,873 gross square foot Culver's Restaurant with drive-through on property located Sidwell parcel 2412-153-019 on the east side of Southfield Road between Edwards and Windflower be approved for the following reasons. Subject to special use conditions of PSLU 23-0003. The petitioners to receive waivers from the Zoning Board of Appeals for the following: a waiver of 2,971 square feet of front yard landscaping along Southfield Road, 4,817.5 square feet required, 1,846.5 square feet provided. Waiver of 11.8 feet of side yard landscaping along Windflower, 15 required, 3.2 provided. Petitioner is to install a 5-foot wide sidewalk along Windflower in accordance with Article 4. Petitioner is to install a decorative fence along Windflower in accordance with Article 18, Section 5.169, subsection F3. The site shall be developed in accordance with sheets C3.0, C5.0, C6.0, dated 1/12/23, as amended by Triumph Engineering and Design. The building shall be constructed in accordance with the elevation shown on sheets A3, dated 1/1/20 by Culver's franchising system. Approval of the site plan and building elevations represented herein does not constitute nor guarantee approval for signage. Separate approval and sign permits must be obtained from the building department for any proposed signs. The landscape plan and details shown on sheets LP1, dated 1/11/23 by Nagy Delvin Land Design, are part of the approval of the site plan. Petitioner will coordinate the planting of trees on Spring Haven property east of the screen wall within the Spring Haven Homeowners Association. The petitioner is to provide a sprinkler system for all landscape areas to encourage preservation of plant materials. Petitioners execute a perpetual maintenance agreement for the landscape and parking areas both on the site and in the right-of-way, which includes maintenance of the stormwater detention system. The petitioner is to implement the recommendations made by the Southfield Police Department Crime Prevention Bureau regarding site security. Exterior lighting will be shielded to prevent spillage of glare onto adjacent properties. Bike racks shall be installed in accordance with Article 4, Section 5.29, subsection 12. The site shall be designed and developed to contain public works of art in accordance with Section 5.22-5, Public Art, general requirements of the zoning ordinance, unless exempted based on written stipulations. And then finally, egress and ingress onto Southfield Road from the site is subject to final review and approval by the Road Commission for Oakland County and the City of Southfield, with a proposed right turn in and a right turn out.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'll make a motion that we approve PSP 23-0005, the site plan review request of Rosetta Building Company to allow for the construction of the standalone Culver's Restaurant with drive-through as presented here tonight.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilwoman Taylor, supported by Councilman Frazier, to approve PSP 23-0005 as presented. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries 6-1.
Can
Yes.
I make a comment, please? To the planner, can we make sure that the city clerk has the correct resolution that was outlined this evening, because what's in our packet is not correct?
That's right. And oftentimes, when there's additional conditions that are made by council, we make sure that the finalized conditions are put on the final drawings. We'll need a revised drawing from the developer to clearly show the ingress and egress, and then we will stamp it up with the conditions as read into the record tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we have ordinances.
Mr. Chair.
President,
Oh, go ahead.
Councilman Cruz?
yes, I'd like to move that we enact ordinance numbers 1767, adult use marijuana establishment licensing.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilman Cruz, supported by Councilwoman Taylor, to enact ordinance number 1767, adult use marijuana establishment licensing. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion carries 6-1.
Too late. Too late.
All right, thank you. All right, next we have agenda items for discussion and/or action. The first is a resolution of support for the Transportation Alternatives Program's grants for pathways on Beach Road and 9 Mile Road.
Good evening. The Transportation Alternatives Program, or TAP grants, it's a competitive grant program that uses federal transportation funds designated by Congress for specific activities that enhance the intermodal transportation system and provide safe alternative transportation options. I just thought I would read the actual definition of the program because we come up and we speak in acronyms, and sometimes I just like to remind the public of where these funds are coming from. So Southfield has recently applied for 2 separate TAP grants for pathway projects. The first one, Beach Road, we've already been notified that we were successful in obtaining that grant funding. And then in review right now is a 9 Mile pathway. The 9 Mile pathway is on the south side of 9 Mile Road between Prescott, where another recent pathway just ended, and then will extend just west of Lasser. In that review process, MDOT has requested that we go west of Lasser with the 10-foot wide pathway, which 10-foot is their standard width to be considered a multi-use pathway and to be able to use the federal dollars. That 9 Mile project will pair nicely. We have federal transportation dollars also for 2024 to redo that road 9 Mile there from Lasser to Evergreen. So putting the two together just helps us secure competitive bid pricing there. The Beach Road project, as a reminder, I have spoken about it before when we were getting authorization for the design. That will be from Shiawassee up to 9 Mile Road. That connects to a recently constructed pathway on the south side of Shiawassee, and then up to 9 Mile, which connects our Beachwoods Park to our existing non-motorized trail network. Originally, we thought the Beach Road pathway, it was a big rush because we were under the impression it was going to be fiscal year 23 funding. When we got the formal notification, it did say fiscal year 24 funding. That gives us a little bit of a breather. We do have some minor, what we call right-of-way, but some easements we'd like to try to secure from a couple property owners on that stretch, just to provide a little more separation between the roadway and the new path there on Beach. What we're looking for here is council support, and if we are successful in getting both of these, which we've had very good feedback for the 9 Mile pathway project also, so we're feeling very confident there as well, that we would be committing our local match. So the TAP funds pay for 80% of the construction. For Beach Road, that's about $735,000 in federal dollars, and for the 9 Mile pathway, that's just under $360,000. So altogether, both projects are about $1.7 million worth of the total project cost, meaning construction and the engineering that goes along with it. The federal funding is just under $1.1 million, and our local share is $652,572. These are estimated costs because these projects haven't been bid yet. But we've got good estimates, and we're reflecting some of the higher pricing that's been coming in for some of our construction materials. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councilman Frazier?
Yes, on the 9 Mile for the 10-foot wide walkway, will that encroach on the private property, or is it going to be closer to 9 Mile than make the 10 feet?
Yeah, we do have sufficient right-of-way there to fit that 10-foot pathway just within the green belt without encroaching on private property for 9 Mile. Part of the road project also...
Not 9 Mile. Well, yeah, 9 Mile.
Yeah, 9 Mile, okay. So part of the road project is also proposing a road diet. So it's going to bring that south curb line in a little bit, which allows us to, in certain areas, move it a little bit closer to the road, because there's some really nice trees there that we are wanting to save. And when the road diet happens, that's going to allow us to be able to swing around the tree. Primarily, we try and keep the sidewalks 1 foot off of the right-of-way lines, but you know, a meandering path is also nice and certainly worthy of saving someone's landscaping or some healthy, mature trees.
Okay, I have another question about the 9 Mile, and what you just said about the road diet.
Mm-hmm.
Has anybody studied what happens to the traffic patterns when you do a road diet? And the reason I say that is, I live off 9 Mile.
Mm-hmm.
And when you reduce the lane in 9 Mile, there are an awful lot of people that drive down the turn lane. They use that as the driving lane. And it's, and they're driving pretty fast. So I don't know if it increases the danger a little bit of people driving down where they shouldn't be.
Right.
So I just wonder if anybody's done any studies on what happens to the traffic pattern after you do a road diet.
Generally, going from a 4-lane cross-section, which is what that segment of 9 Mile is right now, down to a 3-lane cross-section is considered a safer roadway because you have that continuous center left turn lane. We have a lot of residential, particularly on the north side, or the south side of 9 Mile actually, in that stretch. And when you're in that left through lane and suddenly you're throwing your turn signal on and there's cars coming up behind you, that's probably the scariest time to make a left turn, is when you're pulling into driveways like that. So it's actually supposed to be a safety improvement to have that continuous center left turn lane. Certainly cars are not supposed to be using it as a through lane, and that's more of an enforcement issue. If you're seeing that at certain times of day or something, that's something we'd probably just want to see if we could get help from Southfield PD for some enforcement.
Okay, and the other question I have on the beach, what do you propose for getting across the bridge?
So the bridge is part of the reason that that's a pretty expensive pathway project there. So when that bridge was built, there is a 5-foot sidewalk that was built on the east side of that bridge. And with these federal funds, we need 10 feet to be eligible for that funding. The bridge deck itself has a paved shoulder that's pretty wide, so that wall that is there now between the vehicles traveling on the bridge deck and the sidewalk is actually going to get relocated, so that we're going to lose some of that paved shoulder so that we can create that 10-foot pathway across the bridge and be able to secure the federal dollars.
Okay, so if a car is going north, a car is going south, and someone is walking on the pathway all at the same time across that bridge, it's going to be kind of scary I would think it'd be a little scary for the people that aren't protected by 2,000 pounds of metal.
Yeah, there will be the parapet wall that's there now. We are installing a new wall to maintain that separation between the vehicles and the sidewalk. So there was another option, is to just elevate that pathway. Like some of our bridges do have this sidewalk that just goes right down to a curb that goes onto the bridge deck, but we are going to maintain that wall, so there will be a physical separation between the vehicles and the sidewalk.
Okay, so that's part of the design?
Yes.
Okay, because that is a concern, especially for the people that are walking the way people drive nowadays.
Right, it's a comfort level. I mean,
Yes.
when you're walking on a pathway that's that close to the travel lane, it certainly feels more comfortable when you've got that barrier wall there as a physical separation.
Yeah, especially when the cars are coming up from behind you,
Yeah.
because it's on the east side of
You're
the
right.
bridge. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Mayor?
Lee, I didn't, trying to write it, but I didn't get it down. Can you repeat the local and the federal match again?
Yeah, so the council item details it out project by project, so to keep things moving, combined it.
I just didn't have
so-
that in front of me right now.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, was there a particular project you were looking at, or just both of them together?
I think you said 1.2 million in federal funds.
The federal funding is, between the two projects, is $1,094,075.
About 1.1.
About 1.1.
And then this is the first I've heard of a road diet on 9 Mile?
Mm-hmm.
You're talking from Lasher to Evergreen?
Right, and as we've done on some of the other stretches where we've done a road diet, the configuration stays the same at the major intersections, which
Yeah.
is what helps keep the traffic moving.
I was going to ask you about this because that stretch of 9 Mile was last repaved in 2001. And it's starting to look bad in places. So, didn't know that was on your list when I
Yeah.
talked to you about other road projects, but
That one was a little bit further out. The last time that we met with, as the Federal Aid Committee, and Southfield competes for our federal dollars there in Oakland County, that 9 Mile, they had excess funds in 2024, and the amount of federal dollars that 9 Mile project was fit perfectly to fill that gap. And so we did elect to move that one up. And I have also noticed that the road conditions, like, starting to get to that tipping point there where it's getting worse and worse.
so when will that happen?
2024.
24, next year?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. I was concerned about some of your road diet plans before, but they've worked out.
Good. I'm glad you think so.
It's also less for us to maintain.
Yeah.
All right, Planner?
If everyone else is done.
Mhm.
Yeah, I want to just say that Ms. Schultz and I have been collaborating on this stretch of path on 9 Mile, and we were moving forward where the city would have paid the 100% of the pathway, similar to what we did with Bavaric Woods Park. Now we're only paying 20 cents on the dollar, and we're gaining more green space to pull the pathway further from the residents. So I think it's a win-win situation, and allows us to continue those improvements on 9 Mile. With the Beechwoods connection that will goes up to 9 Mile as part of the corridor that you presented earlier today, Mayor. That also will tie into the Shiawassee path that was recently.
Yes.
So we're really starting to connect our network of pathways in a strategic way, and I'm also very excited and supportive of this project.
All right, thank you. Council, any other questions? Are we prepared to vote?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'll make a motion that we approve the resolution of support for the Transportation Alternatives Program grants for pathways on Beach Road and 9 Mile as presented here tonight.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilwoman Taylor, supported by Councilman Brightwell, to approve the resolution of support for the TAP grant for pathways on Beach Road and 9 Mile Road. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have the authorization to purchase and install a rubberized flooring at the Southfield Sports Arena.
Good evening, Council. Parks and Recreation is seeking your approval tonight for the purchase and installation of rubberized sports flooring for the hockey rink for the Sports Center. It's a space of about 3,600 square feet. It has deteriorated over the years. It's fraying. The adhesive that is usually on the back of the flooring has come up, and so we've got trip hazards, and we've got overlapping of the floor because it's not staying in place. We worked with purchasing through a cooperative contract, and we got 2 bids, one from, I believe it's All America Arena Products, and then Becker. This is part of our CIP plan. We put a placeholder in at $30,000, and so we are actually coming in with All America at $29,878.80. We will take out the current flooring. So we'll take out the current flooring and dispose of it. They will actually be coming in, if approved tonight, they'll be coming in at the end of our hockey season, which will be end of April, beginning of May, and we'll replace the flooring at that time. There's quite a difference between the 2 bids, but we did compare the flooring, and we've also got some locations where this flooring takes place in Trenton and Macomb, suburban flooring. So good product, and we did have, Nikki in purchasing had suggested that we add a 5% contingency, which brought it up to the 29, because our players' boxes, where all the players are, is pretty, it's pretty torn up, and so once we have that flooring up, we might have to put some subflooring in there. So it would be a minor repair, but it would be a more focused area to maintain and take care of. So we're asking for your approval tonight to purchase the flooring and install it at the end of our hockey season.
All right. Councilman Brightwell?
Ms. Phil, and you touched on it briefly. What is why we have such a disparity in the 2 bids? In my experience with that kind of disparity, either someone didn't get the appropriate documentation or we getting shoddy work done by the low bidder. So there's 2 questions. Do we have experience with this bidder, and do you know why we got this disparity?
I can answer both of them. The first one with, we have had experience with this particular company. They do a lot of well-rounded services for hockey rinks, so they installed our kick plates for us last year. Seamless operation, very professional. Came within the time frame that they said they were going to come, and then finish the project as well. As far as your second question, the disparity, we did as much research with purchasing and us as we possibly could. We have seen the flooring product. The only thing that we can speak to is either their scheduling didn't allow for this, and sometimes we have bidders who bid a little bit higher for their work. And also, this particular company subcontracts a lot of their work out. All America does their work in-house. So that's the best answer I can give you.
Okay, it's plausible what you just said, so.
Sure.
I appreciate it.
No
Thank you.
problem.
Councilman Banks?
Thank you. Is this just within the ice skating arena or also the outside, like?
I know what you're saying, the lobby area.
The lobby, thank you.
Yeah, great question. It's inside the ice arena, so it actually surrounds the arena. So once the hockey players get into the arena, whether they're walking around or whether they're going to their boxes, that flooring happens, and it surrounds the ice. It's every space surrounding the ice. So.
And then when was this, the old floor installed? Approximately how many years ago?
We think 17,
Oh,
but that's
okay.
a guess, and I can get back with you on exactly.
Okay. For some reason, I thought it was like within the last 4 or 5 years, but maybe I'm getting it confused with Beechwoods.
And maybe I'm getting it confused. That's why I'm saying I can get back with council and give you
Okay.
drop you
Thank
an email straight away.
another question, or?
No, I just want to move that we,
Just give me one second. I just want to thank the Parks and Rec area. I know that when I was at the ice arena for the Winterfest, that floor was beat up and mismatched, and it's definitely in need of repair. So I thank you for bringing this forward.
Absolutely.
All right,
okay.
go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the authorization to purchase and install the rubberized flooring at the Southfield Sports Arena as presented.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilman Brightwell, supported by Councilwoman Banks, for the approval to purchase and install rubberized flooring at the Southfield Sports Arena. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have a resolution of support for the Electronic Connectivity Fund Program grant for T-Mobile Wi-Fi hotspots and service at the Southfield Library.
Mr. President, council members, the Southfield Public Library applied for a grant. This was through the Emergency Connectivity Fund, part of ARPA, and through the pandemic. And this grant is to provide hotspots. Does anybody need a definition of what a hotspot is before I go ahead? Good. To provide hotspots for, primarily for students who do not have access to broadband Wi-Fi. There is demographic data that there are over 1,000 households in the city of Southfield that do not have broadband connectivity. Not to say that they don't have access to it, they either can't afford it or for whatever reason they don't have it. So the library wishes to obtain 100 devices. The grant money will pay for those 100 devices as well as cellular service for 1 year for those devices. There would be no matching by the city, no outlay by the city, so it would really be deficit neutral. So we are asking for approval. Those funds have already been committed by the government. So we are just looking for approval to be able to use those funds. Any questions about this?
Just one more time. How many devices did you say we would get out of this?
100.
Yeah, okay. Sounds good.
100. These would be available to Southfield, Lathrop Village residents who have library accounts in good standing.
So someone, this is not part of the library network? They have to be a Southfield resident?
They have to be a Southfield.
Or Lathrop Village resident?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we really want our community to benefit from this, and not others, unless we have excess capacity.
All right. Yes.
And just to mention or clarify, each person that rents this or uses this can keep it for 3 months? Is that the length of time?
That is still, an administrative decision. We have a small number of them now, which we only loan out for 1 week at a time. And we feel there's a lot more latent demand because people need these devices for a longer period of time. So what we're considering is a 1-month loan with 2 automatic renewals, so it would be initial 3 months, and then once we start the program, we can always readjust.
Thank you.
And they would be checked out of the library just like any other material that's within the library collection. Since it's for students, there are no age restrictions, so anybody who has a card can get one of these devices to use.
Councilman Brightwell?
Just from a capacity standpoint, what is the current membership at the library of Southfield and Lathrop? combined?
The current membership, I cannot answer that offhand.
But well, I was just trying to determine, will there be a run on these and we have a shortage of, we had to get a waiting list or something?
We don't know right now. It would be just like another material, like if you went to check out a book and it was already checked out, you put a hold on it, and then when one becomes available, you can get it. Certainly, if there's a ton of latent demand for these, and we see that it is a real benefit for the city, then we can look at, there are alternative funding sources for these now that emergency connectivity program is over. So we would certainly look at expanding it if, if there's a need.
I understand. Thank you.
Okay. Your question? Yeah, Councilman Cruz?
Yeah. I'm curious when you said the fact that there's no age limitation, whatever. So I'm curious as to whether or not these, well, I guess it really would matter because they're hot spots. So I'm trying to figure out, well, like, does it block certain things?
Excellent question. Thank you. The hotspots are, they're cellular devices, so they're just as secure, as your cell phone. We are purchasing them through T-Mobile. T-Mobile is providing filtering that is in compliance with SIPA, which is the Federal Children's Internet Protection Act. So they are in compliance because there's a program called E-Rate that the schools participate in where they get rebates for buying technology, and all devices from the schools and the library must be SIPA compliant for the rebates to be allowed from the federal government.
Great. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Council, any other questions? I know that Comcast or Xfinity now also, they've offered for a long time a low-cost program of internet access for those who qualify. Does the library have those materials or those flyers on hand? Because that may be something that may be helpful to those who are coming in for hotspots as well.
We do have the information. I am not sure that it is currently out and being disseminated.
Okay.
But that is certainly something we can do.
Okay. Thank you. All right, Council?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'll move that we approve the resolution of support for the Electronic Connectivity Fund Program Grant for T-Mobile Wi-Fi hotspots and services as presented here tonight.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilwoman Taylor, supported by Councilman Cruz, to approve the resolution of support for the Electronic Connectivity Fund Program Grant for T-Mobile Wi-Fi hotspots and service as presented. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next, the moment we've all been waiting for, the 2023 through 2029 Capital Improvement Program.
Good evening. I'll try to do a high-level overview. I just wanted to say that typically every year, Ms. Mullally from our office is our project manager point person. She starts contacting departments in late November, early December. And then we're usually ready to start presenting this to the Planning Commission. On February 15th, it was presented to the Planning Commission long-range study, and we had representatives from each of approximately 8 departments available. That was about a 3+ hour meeting, so I'll try to get this down to about 4 hours tonight. But from there, Planning Commission holds another study meeting based on the results of the preliminary plan. The Council Finance Committee we met with on March 17th and did an overview of the plan. The Planning Commission held a regular meeting and made a favorable recommendation on March 22nd. And tonight is your regular meeting with a proposed resolution for adoption. Again, I try to just explain what a CIP is. A capital improvements program or plan is a schedule of public expenditures for a 6-year period for inclusion into your annual budget. Is to inform council as you're looking at this year's budget and to see what's coming down the pipe. The first year represents the current budget. Years 2 through 6 are projected. It doesn't address all capital expenditures, but it does include physical improvements that are permanent in nature or substantial equipment purchases, typically of $5,000 or greater. And the CIP is beneficial to the community because it allows for systematic evaluation of all potential projects at the same time, provides coordination between departments, and presents a uniform plan for financing. It's also required as part of the State Enabling Act. And each year, Planning Commission, after adoption of a master plan, shall annually prepare a capital improvements program of all public structures and improvements. It's also required for us to maintain our redevelopment ready certification. And again, it talks about the general order of priority within an ensuing 6 years in each department of local unit of government with the authority for public structures improvements shall, upon request, furnish the Planning Commission with lists, plans, and estimates of time and cost of those public structures and improvements. The last plan was adopted in April of 2022. I think we've done this concurrently now for 8 consecutive years. We talked about the timeline. And typically, there's 8 major areas that the CIP covers, including equipment, facilities, water and sewer, stormwater and floodplains, parks and recreation, data management, roads and bridges, and finally, pedestrian enhancements. We had a representative from the Southfield Public Library here. Their CIP reflects their commitment to redesign and reimagine the space to better serve the changing work-study needs of their patrons. They have 3 core priorities, including spaces, access, and efficiency and longevity. With regard to spaces, it's reconfiguring the library to encourage and support collaboration and creativity, responding to changing work-study needs, and incorporating technological advances into the space design. Access is to provide more ways for our community to utilize and enjoy library services regardless of location and hours of operation. And finally, efficiency and longevity of the facility. There are a number of maintenance issues with an aging building that need to be addressed. The police department comes to you annually to make sure that our police officers have the safest and greatest equipment. These usually only have a certain shelf life, and they have a proposed budget for replacement of ballistic vests. They've talked to you previously about the cameras, the Axon body cameras and the fleet cameras, as well as the TASER program. One of the items that has been utilized recently and has been very successful, both by our department's use and in partnership with the private enterprises within the city, is the Flock license plate readers, which helps alert when there are stolen vehicles or missing persons or abductions. It helps us to solve the crimes in a quick and efficient way and hopefully save lives. I believe this was in front of you at your last council meeting, approval of a new general purpose armored vehicle, which has about a year lead time. And then they're projecting in fiscal year 24-25 the need for a new mobile command center. There are a number of building repairs, the Detective Bureau cubicle area, and most importantly, the crime lab repair, removing non-supportive walls and other fixtures to allow for better use of available space and to create extra room for storage, making room for additional personnel, and as anticipated in fiscal year 24-25. The fire department maintains a comprehensive list of their vehicles and miles of use on each of those vehicles, as indicated above. They're looking at projected costs over the next 6 years of $3.3 million, of which a new tower truck is $1.7 million, anticipated again in fiscal year '24 to '25. Again, similar to the police department, they have needs for continually updating their image cameras, treadmills to reduce heart attacks and strokes, and other preventative measures throughout the next 6 years. Each year, they do a review of their existing locations to determine response rates. There are no proposed changes at this time, but they like to remind us that the average age of the fire stations are 45 years old, and they're showing decades worth of wear and outdated infrastructure. And they have other building maintenance needs and requests over the next 6 years as indicated on slide 40. And with regards to the Cable 15 administration, they're more in the maintenance mode at this time. They've made some prior years investments in major equipment. Facilities administration has made progress. I know there's a comprehensive study being finalized about the buildings here on campus, but some of their more immediate needs are a new boiler at Fire Station number 3 and water leak and other hazard detection system within the municipal facilities.
Can I stop you for one
Sure.
second? I'm sorry. Why wouldn't the boiler at Fire Station number 3 fall under fire facilities?
I'm going to defer to the city administrator, but I believe that is part of their responsibility.
It's tied to the facilities matrix and how we charge certain expenses. Certain pieces of equipment are covered per
Okay.
our facilities matrix.
And that's fine. I was just asking because the fire department and their facilities, they talked about paint, blinds, police talked about ceiling, things like that. I just didn't know why a boiler would be different. That's all. I know it all comes out of the larger pot.
There's always
but-
been a lot of fungibility, and I'll say this, in the study of our facilities on fire, we know the average age is 45, we've got a lot of deferred maintenance, and the study actually said we should probably take a deeper look at our service delivery model.
Okay. Thank you.
Motor Pool comes to you on an annual basis with improvements to their vehicle fleet. Many of you are aware of upcoming water and sewer projects that also are tied in with the road improvements, so we don't want to replace the road and then have to tear it up to do water and sewer. So these next couple slides are aligned with each other. Major work is proposed in 2023 at the Bridge Street Bridge, Denzel Drive, spot asphalt concrete rehab, Section 24 Sherwood Village, Tamarack Bridge, and Washington Heights. And then current and upcoming road projects are outlined on the map here. And Ms. Schultz can answer any specific questions, but it's all based on the Pacer Rating System, available funding within the city, as well as piggybacking on road commission and federal dollars. With regards to stormwater and floodplains, again, stormwater management has been continue to evolve, especially in the last decade. There's a greater focus on non-traditional ways to treat stormwater where we can on each site plan. We look for green infrastructure to reduce the amount of water that's going into our storm sewer or combined sewer system. EGLE, the state regulatory agency, is now requiring that stormwater quality be treated as part of new regulations. And it's important that each of our departments are coordinating with each other regarding stormwater best managed practices. Some of the ongoing projects that you've heard Brandy talk about, our stormwater manager, is Tamarack Basin River Restoration Project, LTU Wetlands, the Rouge Green Infrastructure and Tree Planting Program, the Great Lakes Water Green Infrastructure Program, and stormwater utility study, which is going to be important to help fund these projects in the future. And these are identified projects that have been funded or will begin soon. With regards to data management system, Technology Services is responsible for 3 major core competency, including availability of resources, uptime, and security. And these are a number of annual maintenance projects that they have identified over the next 6 years. And then Parks and Recreation, as you're aware, provides numerous recreation programs and services for all ages in parks facilities throughout the city. They have steadily increased in outdoor activities in parks and using the 2022-26 master plan as a blueprint. The department is committed to investing in our outdoor spaces. These are areas throughout the city that have been identified for investment. Beechwoods Recreation Center, Carpenter Lake Nature Preserve, major projects going to be happening this construction season. Bovaric Woods Park recently had some improvements to tie in with the new pathway and 9 Mile Greenway corridor. There are other projects at Bovaric Woods scheduled for this year. Civic Center Park Playground is to receive some upgrades. The park tennis and racquetball course will be resurfaced, and the park service building parking lot will receive improvements. Ms. Fields talked about the Southfield Sports Arena, Sims and Millers Park, and then there have been some ongoing major improvements at Evergreen Hills Golf Course over this past winter and proposed for the fall of this year. And here's a schedule of current funded or soon-to-be funded projects within the city's park system. And then moving forward, some projects that are proposed for 23-24. And then finally, pedestrian enhancements. You've seen me talk about that many times in many different fashions. The good news is that through our last master plan and our current master plan, we continue to get support from the residents to continue building more sidewalks and pathways, to provide infill in the gaps, to provide more lighting and more accessibility, and to continue to build our infrastructure. Once we get the pathways in, we've been layering them with artwork and placemaking, the bike share program. We've been utilizing master planning to identify where the greatest needs are and coming to council on an annual basis. Tonight's presentation by Ms. Schultz is a perfect way where we try to leverage dollars whenever feasible so we can get the biggest bang for the buck. All of our trail enhancements and pedestrian lighting are tied in with where we've currently made improvements with our shared use path. And then our newer focus along the 9 Mile corridor, as the mayor outlined earlier today, is to link I-75 to I-275 with our partner communities, Hazel Park, Oak Park, Ferndale, Southfield, Farmington, and Farmington Hills. What's really exciting about this is it'll provide real access to the regional networks of trails, including the Joe Louis Greenway via Livernois and 9 Mile in Ferndale, and the I-275 trail that goes all the way down to Lake Erie Metro Park to the south, connects to the north with the Michigan Airlines Trail, which eventually will link the Lakes to Lakes Trail, which is Lake Michigan to Lake St. Clair. And if we are able to pull this off, Southfield residents will be able to literally get out onto 9 Mile and bike hundreds and hundreds of miles. And we're very excited not only for the immediate benefit of providing access, health, and wellness to our residents, but those that want to ride along the 36-mile corridor or go further, they will be able to do it in a safe manner. Council has previously funded some of these improvements. We're continuing to build our network where we have GOAT Pass or gaps in our system. Another potential gem in our system that we think has a lot of potential is linking a trail along the Rouge corridor through Valley Woods from 12 Mile to 10 Mile, and that would create a 4-mile loop It's one of the most scenic areas, not only in Southfield, but I would say in southern Oakland County. And to provide some strategic trailheads and accessible pathways will allow not only adjacent residents, but all of Southfield residents access to one of the most beautiful, underappreciated, I think, assets in our community. And then as we build these trails and pathways, signage and branding are important. Furnishings to support pedestrian activity are important. Wayfinding, interpretive panels are important to build ownership. And then ultimately, our goal is to link the city center with the Northland redevelopment, to link Ascension Providence Hospital with Lawrence Tech, and to link the southern Section 36 with the municipal facilities, all by non-motorized pathway. And we're very close to making that a reality. We've come before council before with a comprehensive study of all 275 bus stops. Each year, we've been utilizing a small portion of the Metro funds to improve 12 to 15 pedestrian enhancements or bus stops in strategic areas based on a priority of where current routes are, where access to persons with disability, older adults, lower income, persons with one car or less, and in high-density areas. Right-of-way enhancements, utilizing the Metro Fund Act in support of historic neighborhoods and districts and gateways. We've presented, in collaboration with the Parks Department, enhancements to the front lawn to make that more accessible, more usable year-round. And then with regards to sustainability, we want to set the standard for all other private businesses and residents. We have proposed purchasing recycling bins, where one is dedicated for recycling plastics, one's for landfill, and one could be for compost. The ones that are shown above are solar paneled and actually provide compacting to reduce the amount of waste. In our CIP, we have proposed purchasing of 7 sets to be allocated throughout the campus as a starting point. Ms. Hanna talked earlier today during the State of the City that the national recycling average is about 32%. Southfield's recycling rate is around 30.5%, but that only represents single-family users, which represent half of all residents in the area, so there's definitely room for improvement. If we can move the needle to get more of our single-family residents recycling, as well as a portion of our multifamily, we can have a significant impact in reducing total tons in our landfill. And we want to encourage recycling. A survey of 75 Southfield employees pretty much support the value of recycling, made some suggestions of how we can do our part. And with that, that was a very quick, high-level overview of our annual presentation of the CIP. I'd be happy to answer any questions council may have.
Councilman Hoag?
Yes, great program, great presentation. I just had 2 comments and 1 question. You went pretty fast, so I'll apologize if I didn't see this, but 2 things, well, specifically 1 that I would like to see, since we're talking about a 6-year plan, indoor-outdoor pools. I'm surprised that wasn't on there, and if I missed it, I do apologize. I definitely think we need to start planning for that, and I was totally surprised that wasn't on there.
If I could, it possibly could be in the full report that was presented by Parks and Recreation, that you should have had a copy of the full report. This was more of a high-level overview that focused more on current years, but we can collaborate and follow up with the Parks
I
Department.
don't have that report, so
Yes, so
that would be helpful to get.
we'll verify that it's in there.
I think it's important enough to highlight, though, but okay, let's hope it's in that. Secondly, when we talk, I saw pedestrian lighting. I'll just state it again. I want to see some lighting, some improvements at Telegraph and 8 Mile. It's just completely dark there, and I wouldn't expect it necessarily to see it in the presentation, but I'm just going to use this as an opportunity, and any other opportunity I can, I will say it because it's dear to me. Then third, my question would be, the facility dollars that were shown for the police, how does that play into effect if they're gonna get the new station over by Costco? That's still, oh, okay. That's not the new headquarters then?
So if I could try to address some of your concerns. We all look at our current budget when we develop these on a department basis. As part of the CIP has to identify where the funding sources possibly be could for. So many times it could be a grant. In the police department could be forfeiture of drug capture. In some cases it could be bonding. So each of the departments try to identify where potential funding sources may be and not just rely on the general fund. If in many cases, I've been involved with the grant writing, if we can get the state or federal government to pay for it, it's usually an 80-20% match. So it's a good use of our money. If the council would allocate 20%, we can get an 80% match. Sometimes it's partnerships with private businesses. So in each case, each department tries to identify where potential funding sources are. And forget what the other, lighting. So I totally agree. Now, Telegraph Road is MDOT road, so it's their jurisdiction, but whenever we can partner with them to get enhancements through a TAP grant, they're doing some major work at 8 Mile and Telegraph, and usually those things are incorporated into. The lighting that I referenced is we have a pilot program with the LTU's Accelerator. A grad student has received some funding for some solar-powered and motion-activated lighted bollards that we're going to try on a year temporary basis along our pathway, because it's not the light poles themselves that cost a lot of money, it's the infrastructure to get the electrical to the lighting. And we, in the city, have a special assessment district available if residents or businesses want to self-approve a special assessment to help pay for some of that lighting. So there's many different mechanisms to try to get us. Lighting and security were often mentioned in our master plan public input as a greater need here. So we hear you.
Again, great presentation.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilman Frazier?
Yeah, as long as you're on the lighting for 8 Mile and Telegraph, isn't that Telegraph State Road, or 8 Miles of State Road?
Both Telegraph and 8 Mile are MDOT jurisdictions, yes.
Okay. What about that goat path that comes off of 8 Mile and goes up Telegraph? It's obvious that everybody's using it, but it seems like it's kind of a dangerous thing. I haven't heard of anybody getting hurt on it, but
Right. Ms. Schultz and I, whenever we have an opportunity to provide local comment, have also shared those concerns that we'd like to see pedestrian improvements safely done. And currently, the project, the resurfacing project that they're doing, according to MDOT, does not qualify for meeting the complete streets requirements of the state, but we keep advocating for safer pedestrian crossings. Like you, I drive 8 Mile often, and I see pedestrians walking across the bridge and in the road, or walking down the off-ramp onto Telegraph Road, and it makes me squirm a little bit. And we know that we have a number of our pedestrian fatalities from pedestrians trying to do mid-block crossings, trying to run, and when you get to speeds of 40 miles or greater, the pedestrian always loses.
Right. Well, it's just like the commercials on television, but automobile accident is, if you hit another car is one thing, hitting a truck is something completely different. And that would be the same thing with a person in an automobile, you know. A person just doesn't have a chance if they get hit by a car.
Especially at those rates of speed.
Right.
Yeah, they're a very high mortality rate when you get to 40 miles or greater if you get hit
Right.
by a car. And again, we're aware of those things, and that's why All the work that we've done to date and those that are proposed is to try to get those pedestrians off the street where we have these goat paths.
Okay, as long as we're right down in that area, I have another question. That's Bridge Street Bridge you mentioned. What are we monitoring? What's in the CIP that's going to be monitoring the Bridge Street Bridge?
That's a question better answered by our city engineer, and I made a note to follow up with you and council on that.
Okay.
But
and
I
just-
know there was the carbon fiber that we had worked with the LTU on the Bridge Street Bridge.
Sure. Yeah, that was a
I believe
demonstration bridge.
Right. I mean, I'm aware of that. I believe this had to do with some resurfacing in that area.
Okay. Do you know if we're still, well, you say it's in another jurisdiction to answer that question, but maybe our city administrator can answer. Are we still collecting data on those bridges, those spans?
I would need to check that to be certain. I believe our contractual obligations have expired on the monitoring of that bridge, but we can confirm that.
Okay. You know, that carbon fiber was the going concern when we put that in, that you could use it for a lot of different things, supporting bridge abutments and everything else to make it, make overpasses last longer and all that. Apparently it was too expensive to do it unless you got a large number of jobs going on to bring the cost down.
You know, what's amazing is the 3D printing is revolutionizing the way things are constructed. And recently they had a rocket test that was made completely of 3D printed material that made it into outer space. Now, it ultimately failed after stage 2, but technology is continuing to evolve. But I'm aware of bridges and houses and other things completely printed with 3D printing.
Yeah.
And using plastics, you know, polymers to create the form and structure.
Yeah, they just had another one on the news today. They were going to do a 3D building, a huge building. So, another question I have is, now I don't know, I'm just throwing this up against the wall. Are our jail or holding tanks or holding cells, are they up to date? Do we get regular upgrade on there, or are they kind of forgotten because of the clientele that goes there?
Again, I'll have to follow up with the
police department
chief on that.
I know isn't that farmed out to another for the maintenance of that, or the administration?
I'm not sure what you mean by farmed out.
I think the cleaning.
We have a contract with another.
Custodian work.
For the custodian work is, but
Yeah.
there is, my first thought on this question is if there were an issue with the holding tanks, I'm sure our risk management folks in their annual tours of these properties would have brought it to our attention.
Okay.
And I will tell you, Chief Barron is very diligent about making sure those things happen. But I'd like to put that question in particular to him.
Okay. Another question I have is, do we have the automatic defibrillators in our buildings?
Yes, we do. The AEDs.
Pardon me?
The AEDs?
Yes.
Yeah, I know they're located in the hall. And I know it saved the life of one of our clerks. We have them in the building department. Every department has at least one.
Okay.
They're inventoried and inspected annually. I believe every 5 years they're replaced.
Yeah, I know the newest ones, you can't, it's almost impossible to fail with those because they tell you step by step what to do and whether or not they're going to shock the person or not.
And that's always reviewed, like, I'm CPR certified, and we always practice with those.
One other question I have is, today on the news, I heard that the state legislature is considering doing away with single-use bags, plastic bags for groceries. So in the CIP, you were talking about recycling and all, and maybe we need to contact our representatives to find out if they're serious about that, or if it was just somebody's idea.
I can tell you, we've taken some small steps. The city center supported purchasing 500 recyclable bags that we gave out at our Eat to the Beats. And we are just purchasing another 2,500 larger, more colorful, but they have at least 130 uses per bag, guaranteed. So we're trying to promote that, and through education and these small tokens, get people used to doing their small part, their one thing that they can.
Okay.
So that's part of the narrative of the CIP under sustainability.
Yeah, we have to be careful because, it's a balancing thing. Are we destroying the carbon footprint to make the bags that last
Right,
for?
right. There's always somebody that looks at everything that we do,
Right.
but it's made typically of recycled products.
Right. And the last question I have is, it's just an idea. You made a presentation at the last meeting about creating a butterfly garden,
That's correct, yep.
and it befuddles me why we can't work closer with the schools to have butterfly gardens in at least the middle schools or the high schools, where the kids can learn about these kind of things and do great things for the environment and save the butterflies and all.
I totally agree with you. I know we've had partnerships with some of the the elementary schools and others creating bioswales and other things, and this would just be a natural extension of all those projects. Because if we can get our younger children and adults bought into this, it just becomes second nature.
Right. Yeah, I know Bernie School for quite some time, and it still may be doing it with a garden. The kids worked in the gardens at Bernie School, so. Okay, that's my input.
Mr. Frazier?
Yes.
If I may, through
Yes.
the chair. We no longer monitor Bridge Street. I have confirmed that.
Okay. Okay.
Councilman Brightwell?
Chair, I've said through these over the years, and I definitely appreciate it, and I mentioned it to you. And also, I told you, in essence, this seemed like municipal government is edging toward, corporate government, corporate ways of doing things, best practices. And I recall that we, in corporate America, we would do the capital budget every year, and it would go out, and we would, every year do $5 billion investment in the infrastructure of the company. And you've been doing this 8 years. Prior to you doing this, were we not in compliance with best practices? So just in the nicest way you can, tell us what was going on.
Yeah, in the nicest way, I would say that the former city administrator, who had an accounting background, prepared the plan himself and presented it to council. And over time, it's been a much more collaborative effort where we encourage and get support from all the departments. This plan is only as good as all the departments that put in the time to put it in. And quite honestly, in the beginning, it was like pulling teeth. But over the years, they've stepped up, and we're basically the facilitators of the plan. But it wouldn't be where it is today without the support of the city administration and all the departments who put a lot of the hard work into coming up with their current budget needs and then forecasting that out to the future. So it was being done more in a haphazard way or more done in an isolated way in the past, but we've striven to do this on a regular basis in the format that you've seen tonight.
Sure. No, this is good because it just let us know what is coming down the road. And especially from a finance standpoint, we can pretty much look at determining cash flow and whatever that needs to be done. So every year, I think I commend you for this because I just know the efficacy of it. And so.
Thank you, and ultimately, it's so that council can make informed decisions when you adopt your budget.
Right.
We know that not everything that's in the plan is going to get funded or funded in the year that we propose, but it gives you the opportunity to know, hey, if we set this much money aside this year, we're not unaware that the fire department has a ladder truck that's in need of purchasing that costs $1.7 million. If we just focused on this year, you might not be aware that 2 or 3 years from now, there's a need like that.
Sure. No, I'm glad that you are dedicated to doing this on a regular basis and making sure that council is totally aware. And it's, in essence, it's a best practice and it's good for the city of Southfield. So,
And Austin Michaels and his department, this year was the first year that each of us had to provide a 3 to 5 year budget request. So we're all moving towards that direction.
Sure, great. Well, thank you.
Thank you. Council, any other questions? I did pull up the full capital improvement plan, and under Parks and Rec, the only mention that I was able to find is it talks about creating a civic center area master plan, and in that as a subsection, it says the master plan for the area needs to be developed and decisions made on amenities that the city could offer in this area. Part of this master plan could also be an indoor pool or splash pad. So it's mentioned, but as part of a master plan. So I just wanted to.
So if I may respond to where we're at on that?
Sure.
So currently, we're in design as council has approved for the splash pad.
At Beechwoods.
At Beechwoods.
Correct.
That particular project, with the actions that council took, will put that hopefully in place that it could be open in '24. It will not be open in '23. Council also took a number of steps, if you recall, when we moved the building facility forward, where the analysis that OHM is doing for the placement of a potential rec center, and for those council members who toured facilities, we've been using that Romulus facility as our benchmark. Last Thursday, we saw where potential placement could be. But I'm going to tell you, folks, we're talking a $35 to $45 million project. And the CIP can contain a lot of things, but it really comes down to about our ability to pay for this. I was going to hold off on my editorial on this. I've been upfront with this council. I don't care to use the word structural deficit, but from a facility standpoint, this city is never really properly using the number 4 to 6 million a year. You have $160 million in assets, your facilities, a 40-year depreciation schedule, $4 million. What this council has done the last 5 years, if you set aside $25.5 million to address this municipal campus first, the pavilion, the Parks and Rec building, the building we're in now, and the Muddy Boots building. Later on, the courts and the jail, the police station will need to be addressed. The court, this state, the deficits, not only Southfield, but every similar, all of our urban communities and our first ring suburban communities are running deficits in their courts, where the general fund the funding unit is putting in our case, we're probably going to go well over $1 million, the budget that's coming together. The court, when you talk to people in Lansing, oh, the state's $800 million project. The report on trial courts came out in the fall of, in the fall of 19, before COVID hit us. The state knows we've got a problem. We have to restructure how we fund our courts. We can't go back to courts that are funded primarily by people who are in the system or the debtor's court concept, going back to Old England days. So those are the challenges. For rec, and I say this all the time, since the Great Recession in 2010, your millage rate is 1.75 mils, and you've had over $1 billion less in taxable, or 1.75 million now for 12 years. And you're now hitting in that you've had over $21 million less to work with in Parks and Rec. So those are the challenges, and I think we've done a good job where you structure yourself with your facilities. I think we've always done a good job with our equipment replacement. Now we've got to focus some time and energy on our facilities, and that's the track we're on. I want to make the same statement about roads. The number's 5 to 7 million a year. What we did in 2014 with the passage of that, of the $99 million bond, we put the city on the right trajectory. You have, if you look at your fund balances, you have about 2 more years worth of resources between water and road monies, and we're now trying to craft what will that strategy look like in 25, 26, so you can continue with that same level of investment. And we continue to work on this planning document. I told Terry when this was proposed as legislation in 2005, I opposed it. You know, so much of it was a planning exercise on record. I said it was the Planning Employment Act is what I said in one testimony. But this is about planning. I've seen it work here. It's been a huge undertaking. Mr. Crode's compliments to his staff, Austin Michaels and his team, what Sarah's done. We've seen it work here in Southfield. I will tell you, we are in the minority in that, because across the state, I don't think it's working as well. When I ask my peers, are they doing this? They're not doing it to the level that we are. We're hitting a good percentage of our bogeys. We know what we're not getting. So I'll stop there and
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councilman Banks?
I appreciate and respect everything that you said, but I really want to see the pool listed somewhere in here. I don't want to lose sight of it. We spent a lot of time visiting facilities, and I don't know why we can't list it somewhere so it does not get lost. I mean,
you can certainly list it. It's listed in your Parks and Rec master plan. It's listed in the activities that council approved with OHM. We know how much it costs. It could certainly be listed. And for the record, we have, when our state delegation said think big, this is on our project. We asked for, at the time I got it here tonight, we asked for 35 million. I recently shared that list with council president and the mayor, and I'll get it out to the full council.
I mean, I don't know how the rest of the council feels, but I personally would like to see it listed. If it's not listed, it's going to get lost.
I agree.
And we have been talking about this, and I don't know, all of a sudden, I mean, we knew that there was going to be a large price tag, and somehow we have to see if we can be creative somehow. But we promised the residents, we promised the people that we would research this, and just not to have it appear. I mean, what Council President just read, I personally find that unacceptable. I don't know how anyone else on this council feels, but.
And through the chair, whenever you're ready with the resolution, you could just make that as a condition, and we'll create a sheet Again, each department submits these based on their budget, and if we need to clarify, we will create a CIP sheet identifying indoor recreation facility based on projected numbers and incorporate it into the plan.
Or it can just be a pool. I mean, I just don't want to lose sight of our pool, so.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I think Ms. Banks is correct. And I think the pool is a part of what OHM is doing for us with respect to this facilities, comprehensive facilities plan. And whatever they bring back, that pool should be, and Fred, I want you to confirm this, they're going to bring back where that pool is proposed to be on this campus. Is that correct? That's part of OHM because Brett is the shoehorn a rec center and or a pool into what he's looking at. So that is a part of that plan. Whether or not it's in the CIP, that's, to be determined. But it is a part of the plan that OHM is doing for us for this campus.
So if I may, Mr. President, our first look at this was last Thursday, 93,000 square feet. There was, and this is a new rec facility, gymnasium, 2 courts, 14,000 square feet, a large multi-purpose room, 4,400 square feet, dance rooms, 3 at 1,150, multi-use fitness center, 7,400 square feet, running track, 6,000, pool and aquatic center, 18,900. They've worked this up. Total, the total they have it is 93,000, and their most recent cost estimate was 44 million.
Yeah, so it's in what OHM is doing for us.
This is what OHM, that council authorized.
Right. So from a standpoint of what is actually built, I mean, I'm agreeing with, it need to be somewhere so we don't overlook it. But what is finally built has to be discussed and negotiated because there's a lot of competing things going on in this community. What is the school board doing? We don't want to duplicate what they're doing. So it has to be a decision made. And when we first started this with the finance committee, it was the pool only. We were going to replace this pool that fell apart. And so with doing our visit to various cities, this whole rec center thing popped up. But if there's a competing entity within the city that is doing something that Romulus is doing, the only thing I want is just a pool. We want a pool. If somebody else want to be grandiose and come up with something, and they already got the millage for, let them go ahead. We just want a pool for this city. So I think that's where the rubber gonna have to meet the road at some point in time. We blue skying with all this, that's the blue sky stuff. But once a decision would be made to replace this pool, that was why this thing was initiated, to replace the pool out there. So as long as it's in the OHM's package, we can scale that down appropriately. But it will not be overlooked simply because it's not in the CIP. Is that a given?
I happen to agree with Ms. Banks, without it being in a document, without it being a goal.
Okay, well, let's put it in the CIP then.
I guess part of my message is, we've been working towards that goal. I mean,
Okay.
We could
So
include
we
it.
can add it into the motion.
Mr. President.
Yes.
And I mean, I think, even with the outdoor pool being closed, we can lose sight of that. I'm just hoping that just doesn't go away, that's not ever gonna be repaired. I hate when Beach Woods closed. I wanted to see that stay open. And I think, we could be creative. Maybe Lawrence Tech could partner with us. I mean, I just asked the mayor, do they have a pool? But we need something. I mean, I go to Schoolcraft College, to go for water. And it's just, I should be able to stay here. So I just don't want us to lose sight on it. I understand, I could appreciate the cost and all of that, but as I was trying to say initially, it's just, if you don't see it, it goes away. And eventually, everybody forgets about it.
And again, years 2 through 6 are future wish list type of things, and there's no obligation, but we can create a sheet, so it's in there, and then maybe someday it moves up to the top of the list.
Mr. Mayor?
You can't answer this tonight, but I'm wondering, we have a whole floor, the third floor of the police station that is unused. And I am wondering, is there a plan for that, especially if the police department is looking for a new crime lab or renovation? Originally, when the police station was built, there was I think it's a 40-cell jail on the third floor that was going to be a satellite to Oakland County Jail. And then that deal fell through. So there's a whole floor of space in that building. And I don't, it would seem to me that the police department ought to move upstairs if they need more space. But I don't expect an answer tonight. I'm just bookmarking that.
Council, any other questions? Okay,
Mr. Chair,
yes.
I'd like to move the adoption of the fiscal year 2023-24 and fiscal year 2028-29 capital improvement plan as presented.
With the,
Are we
with
adding-
the
With the
addition.
amendment, with the amendment.
Yeah, with the amendment to recognize the recreational center / pool. Is that the extent of, okay. All right.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilman Brightwell, supported by Councilwoman Taylor, to approve the fiscal year 23-24 through 28-29 capital improvement plan as presented with the additional information regarding a rec center / indoor pool. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
And thank you to your team for
Yes.
coordinating throughout the city for this.
Thank
I know it's a big undertaking. All right, next we move on to the council portion. We'll start with Councilwoman Hoag.
Maybe the only thing I'd say is, I had the honor and pleasure to attend the State of the City luncheon today. It was great, and great presentation by our mayor and panel, and just wanted to encourage the residents to come out this Thursday and hear it for themselves. I'm sure the mayor will speak on it more, but I just wanted to just thank him and the chamber for today's event. It was great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Brightwell?
I echo what Councilwoman Hope said about today's State of the Union. I think everyone's quite well, and it was good attendance. But with respect to my contributions tonight, I just want to make sure that everyone realizes March 29th is designated as the National Vietnam Veterans Day. This is a time to pay a special tribute to the 9 million Americans who served during the Vietnam War era. And a little bit of trivia, I didn't realize this, but the Vietnam, they first started serving when President Truman, that's President Truman, authorized U.S. advisors to help the French in Vietnam. And the Vietnam era ended with President Ford in office. The thing there that's unique, I did not realize that it went back to President Truman's days. So, but do recognize our veterans who served and followed orders as they should do when you're in the military. Our civilian leadership ordered our soldiers to perform those duties, and they performed those duties. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Taylor?
Thank you. I also would like to echo Councilwoman Hoag's comments. The luncheon was very well attended, and it was a very nice presentation. So thank you to the chamber and to both Mayor Seibert and Garrett today. It was very, very nice. And I do also encourage our residents to come out Thursday, which I know the mayor will speak more on, to see the State of the City address. And that's all I have this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Cruz?
Yep. Like everyone's already said, we did I think I'll find the State of the City very well done, well put together, highly attended, and I think Mayor made us look really good as usual. And we got out there in an hour and a half. I said, good.
It's teamwork, teamwork.
But no, great job there. Earlier in this meeting, we were talking about the tree limb pickups, you know, and us, probably all of us getting tree complaints around the city. And I just urge people not to forget the folks in Mississippi and other southern states and look at what it looks like down there. Makes our little tree limbs look very little and insignificant, but nonetheless, I know people want their services and everything, and so forth, but I think we should all keep them in our thoughts and prayers, because that's just devastating to me. I couldn't imagine where you go from there. So, and then last thing I want to do was congratulate LTU. A couple days ago, they won the NAIA Men's Bowling National Championship. And so I was very proud of that, too. And I don't know, maybe we might want to bring them in to show them off a little bit. I don't know, I'm a very avid bowler, so.
Do you want to challenge them? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I would have about 20 years ago. But I thought that was really great. So congratulations, team. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Banks?
Thank you. I'd just like to echo what my colleague said about the mayor's State of the City address today. It was wonderful. Great job, Mayor. Also, with reference to the brush collection, we in the city and on council realize that there's still limbs and everything out there. Please be patient. We presently have 2 chippers that are out there. They're working 6 days a week, and like Councilman Cruz said, there's other cities that have it much worse than we do. So just please be patient. Your tree limbs will be picked up. Also, for those who enjoy golfing, April 1st, it's my understanding Evergreen Hills Golf Course is going to open. So get those golf clubs out and polish them, and see you on the course. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Frazier?
Yeah. Today on the news, and I really hate to talk about this, but today on the news, there's another mass shooting down in Memphis, Tennessee. 6 people were killed. It was in a Christian school. 3 kids and 3 adults were killed, and along with the shooter. My question is, it's happening way too often. In fact, today on the news, they said this was the 100th mass shooting in the United States this year. And I know we've had some close calls here in Southfield. Do we have something that we're working on to help the police as they're going to domestic violence cases, working with troubled citizens or whatever, to see if we can't, at least in our own way, make this a city that lives up to our reputation? I don't know if I can get an answer tonight or not, but that's a real concern that I have.
I can have the police department come in and prepare a response. We do make we do quite a bit to prevent domestic violence.
Yes.
Primarily focus people to be aware of it, to what resources are available to address it. I'm not sure there will ever be enough, but we are out there, and you know, some communities have drug courts, some communities have domestic violence courts, and that's, if you ask our chief judge, she and I have had this conversation, #1 issue in her court, and we need to do more. I can ask the police department to prepare a presentation for council.
Yeah, I think it should be a cooperative event between the Human Resources and the police department to get the right person, because just saying to a police officer, you know, you got to be a social worker or a psychologist when you go out there, doesn't get the job done. It's got to be the person that has the skills to
Well, and that's also part of the response. The police department is doing more work in training their officers to better understand the role and what it is a social worker does, as well as those basic elements, and doing quite a bit there. And that has become a very extensive part of their training as well.
Yeah, I'm real proud of our police department, and our police chief is absolutely superb as far as I'm concerned. So it's not a criticism. It's just happening all over the place.
And then the other thing I wanted to mention is that yard waste pickup will begin on August 3rd, or April 3rd, and it will include the regular pickup of brush. The chippers will be out, and hopefully by that week, the end of that week, we'll be caught up, unless we have another high wind event or something. But and it was kind of shocking to hear earlier tonight, 3,000 trees. I think we have to step up our tree planting in the city. We are doing an Arbor Day event. It'll be April 28th. I will share more details as I know, but John Thompson, our forester, is coordinating that, and you're obviously welcome to attend. I just don't know where, exactly when. I believe it's going to be on this campus, but I will make sure you're all informed if you'd like to attend. Those are my announcements for the night, and thank you.
Thank you. City Administrator?
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to first respond to the question about the police department. Allied Universal purchased G4S. That was our last entity that managed our holding cells and that. So it is Allied. I thought I was going to, it used to be Waukesha, some of you may remember. Right. Then it was G4S. Now it's Allied. I couldn't remember the new company's name. I was prepared to say G2, but that wasn't right. So it was G4S, was purchased by Allied. The police chief says there are some challenges, but they're meeting what the expectations are. And then just want to comment on chipping. I appreciate the comments. At some points, we've had 3 crews out. And one of the benefits to Southfield, most communities don't offer chipping services. Our neighbors to the west in Farmington Hills, they were told private function. City doesn't handle that. When thousands of trees came down. So just something to remember, the level of service that we offer here. That's important to remind people. I hope we get caught up, but I believe folks are still pulling trees out of the backyard, and maybe they get to it on Sunday, and their garbage day is Thursday. We're trying to pick up and work the garbage cycle. I know on Saturday we had 3 crews out there. I want to comment just on a couple of Mr. Frazier's comments. Haven and Lighthouse, we fund both organizations. In the last 2 years, we've increased funding through our community development block grant. We have a contractual relationship. Interestingly enough, I'm a little concerned about this. The police department did a gun buyback program, and we've had a very odd freedom of information request that we think what they're really getting at is the use of public resources for gun buybacks and gun locks. Something that can, a basic element. And when that FOIA came, just a little concerning. We're not sure what they're getting at. But You know, it's, you know, someone's looking for something. Fair housing. We've also funded fair housing and have for years, community development block grant, as with Haven and Lighthouse, we enter into a contract each year for them to provide services to Southfield. And then the realtors in Southfield do quite a bit with the fair housing folks, as well as the Southfield nonprofit and its related entities. Staffing, both Parks, Recreation, and Public Works are looking for people. If you know someone who's looking for a summer job, should contact our human resources, go to our website. You could do it right through NeoGov, but we are looking for staff there. I want to talk about the PFAS. I missed an article that appeared in last Thursday's Sun, and I read it at the beginning of the meeting. Little concerning, but I want to point out to date we've not received any notice from the state. What I read was the Ecology Center had fishermen go out and these fish were checked. Keep in mind the state establishes a level of what is acceptable, and the level of PFAS in these fish did exceed that. We want to remind the council and the public what, you know, the things you have been doing. The stormwater. I can't speak enough to the work that we're doing in evaluating a possible stormwater utility. We still need enabling legislation from the state for that to be legal, in particular in light of the Bolt decision. But keeping your stormwater clean and that it's filtered before it goes into the drain. On every redevelopment, and I'll use the old St. Bede site, there was no treatment on that site. There was no detention. When this council redeveloped that site, you now have retention and treatment for the first time. We have lots of old sites that drain directly in. Go down along the buildings just north of Civic Center and you go into the Rouge Corridor. You'll see their drains, especially this time of year, where they directly outlet into the Rouge. Again, no treatment in those older buildings. They were built at a different time and a different standard. Brandy and Lee Schultz have really become leaders in stormwater and working with SEMCOG to help address this. This is a level of enforcement, though, that's going to make what we've done with septic systems, it's going to make that look like that was a cakewalk, folks. It's saying to these businesses, you know, you got to clean this up, is going to be a very different, tough level of enforcement. It's not going to happen overnight. I want to, you know, it's come up now, trees. You start driving some of our blocks, there are no trees. It's probably time to have a very serious conversation about a point of sale ordinance that talks about trees. If you're on septic, you connect. We've made tremendous progress. You've cut that number in half since 2014, but you still have right under 1,000 people who are on septic. And most of them are near that Rouge Corridor. It's not just the human waste, but it's other chemicals that are going into those systems, and that stuff is leaching someplace. And then we just connected 99 people on wells. We still got 220 people on wells. And I've said it before, seems like every 9 months we get someone coming in whose the fecal count is so high in that water that we're now connecting them to water. So, I think it's time to maybe push that to the next level. And if you start looking at where those septic tanks are, they're in that corridor. This is when that pan is being scrubbed and that chemical is coming off in parts per billion we can't see. So I will put a call, because I had a point-blank conversation 6 months ago with Eagle. Are you aware of any PFAS in Southfield? At that time, the answer was no. Now the Ecology Center has done something, has done a study. I need to research how the study was done, but between the Huron River and the Rouge River, they are finding levels that are higher than what the government is defining. Regarding grants, if you read the article, the amounts that Senator Peters is asking for, they're a beginning. These levels take a lot more of cleanup. And I'm going to go back to my downriver days in the Trenton Channel when you're dredging materials and disposing of soils as hazardous materials because the concentrations are so high. So, you know, I think that point of sale is something we need to continue to discuss what our options may be. And I'm probably going to ask our stormwater and engineering staff to have a more direct contact with MDQ Eagle about these PFAS and what does this Ecology Center report mean. I don't know enough about how they structured it and how it complies with the state. But keep in mind, standards of exposure are always arbitrary and challenging. It's very difficult. We're wrapping up the budget. Preliminary numbers are coming together. We've got some challenges, and I spoke earlier, recreation, and we've got a lot of wish list out there. And I will tell you, you heard a couple grants today. Parks and Rec is working on a couple grants. Not seeing any grants with the 45 million coming, 44 million, but we're not giving up. And that's all I have this evening. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I just wonder if I could add one thing. Prior to back on domestic violence, prior to, we have a domestic violence committee, and of course the walk, but prior to COVID, the 46th District Court, and I think this is something we should make an inquiry about, the 46th District Court was part of sentencing that abusers would have to take a course on anger management or something addressing domestic violence. I don't know the status of that, but I think that's something we ought to find out. And then many times the person that's abused, there's a syndrome, they think they deserve it. They deserve the abuse, sadly. And so there was going to be a voluntary course for those as well, the victim. I don't know where that stands. I mean, we had these plans prior to the court shutdown. So we ought to look into that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Now we're at the attorney's portion. We have 2 items.
Good evening, Council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
So the 2 items I have, well, I will start with the ordinance for the rental registration. So we have been meeting with Neighborhood Services for quite some time because of the popularity of short-term rental, which you will hear the commercial name as Airbnbs and Verbos. You may have some people that, you know, did it, you know, no one knew that they were doing it, but then you had others that were doing it because they think that they can make a quick buck. But nevertheless, as it goes through the legislature in Lansing, as far as the zoning, where it could be allowed, whether we could, as a municipality, govern if they can have it in this residential area or not in that area, we have been trying to come to some type of consensus with an ordinance where we, number one, know where they're at, and number two, regulate them as best as possible, even if the legislature came back and said, well, city, you can't tell your residents or property owners where to put these. So I've been working with the building department, and just over the last few months with Chuck Woodward, who is in the audience, if you have any questions, is that we took our current rental registration ordinance, and I was told even a year or so ago when we were trying to determine what type of ordinance to regulate any type of short-term rental, whether it was a home or whether it was an apartment. And I was told, well, we always tell them to go to our rental registration ordinance. So in the last several months, Mr. Woodward and I had worked on this, and we edited it and added definitions to the current rental registration ordinance, expanded it so it covers single dwellings, apartments, and even someone, and Chuck, you may want to correct me, but even if someone had a room, we also expanded it such that it's not limited to a certain time period, but so that, number one, we know where they're at. Also, we require the registration so that if they don't do it once we have notice, then they are charged a fee by the city, which starts at $1,000, and I believe it's each week once we're notified of that. And that's before we even bring them to court with a violation for failure to register the rental. And I'm trying to think. We also ask that the information for property management, if the owner is more than 30 miles away, that they have a conspicuous sign of who to contact 24 hours. So by doing this, if someone calls and says, oh, you know, I'm thinking about using my home as a short-term rental, we're going to say you need to register it with the city. And that way, number one, we know where they're at. Number two, if we have the rogue short-term rental landlord, then we have a better idea where they're at. If we find out that someone has it and they don't contact us, then right away we send the notice. Either one, we're going to say you have to register it, or number two, for example, in the past when we had a property that had a consent judgment, they weren't even supposed to be doing that. So this is a way to get a better hold over it. So with that, that was a quick version. I don't know if you have any questions. And like I said, Mr. Woodward, who was very, very helpful with this, he's here also if you have any questions.
Council, any questions? Councilman Banks?
Not a question, but as chair of the Neighborhood Services Committee, first of all, thank you, Attorney King, and also to our building director, Mr. Woodward. We have been working on this for about a year and a half. We've come up with various ordinances, and then we look at them again, and then we're like, no, this isn't going to work. And with all the discussions going on in Lansing, when Mr. Woodward presented, well, we already have the rental registration in place, let's just fine tune it. I think it was the answer that we had been looking for. We studied many different surrounding cities and what they had, even different states, and it seems like this one at least is a start and will address you know, the question of Airbnb or, you know, vacation rental by owners. So I don't know if council's got any questions on this, or.
Councilman Taylor?
I have a question. Thank you for doing this. This has been a topic, as you said, that we've discussed several times over the past year. I have two questions. Were we or have we looked at surcharge? I know we looked at the $1,000 per month for those that don't register, but what about the unintended consequences from uses of services, like, you know, that could potentially happen? Do we have a way of doing like maybe some kind of a surcharge or something? I don't know if that's possible or not, but I know one community does that for rental properties. They have like a surcharge to take care of any city services that additionally have to be used.
I'm not sure if I totally understand it, but because the type of properties vary, I'm not sure. You may have someone that has a home and they leave for a month or two and they decide, you know, I'm going to let someone that's here, and the property owner's still paying services. I don't know if that is what you're saying when you say city services. Are you talking about a surcharge for trash pickup?
I don't know if we can distinguish to the short-term, the short-term rentals, but those that do like short-term rentals for a day. So somebody want to rent your home out for a graduation party or something, and they want to use it for that. Are we looking at it to that finite, or it's in progress? Because I know this is a big topic, and we cannot, hit everything at once, but if those real short-term rentals, are we looking at, like I said, if it's a graduation party or something, we know on the streets there's going to be more cars, there's going to be more traffic, and they're just going to use more of the city services. By that I mean going in and out, using the roads and that kind of thing. And potentially, if something were to happen, you get neighbors calling or saying something happened. Those are unintended consequences that could happen. Just to cover that in some way, are we considering, and it's just a thought, because like I said, the other community did that. They had a surcharge tacked on for those short-term rentals.
We hadn't discussed it, but I think that's something we could look into going forward, because as Councilwoman Banks said, this is something we've been working on, and we wanted to get something started, and then we can build upon it. So that is something we can look into.
Okay, thank you. And the other question I had was, I know that we said we were going to ask for a name and number to be displayed somewhere in case of an accident or something. Is that legal? Can we truly do that without, because some people said that that's their personal property. They don't mind putting it on a register somewhere or giving it to the police department or whomever, but to have it posted in a window, they may or may not want that. So I don't know if that's something we can require.
I'm going to let him just intervene.
Okay.
And Councilman.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Good evening.
That placard that we referred to, putting in the window, we realize that it's not something somebody's going to adhere to all the time. However, when you come into the building department to register, all of that information is provided to the building department, which is shared in BSNA throughout the entire community. So regardless if they have it posted on the window, we do know about it.
Right. Okay, that was all the only two I had.
If I could ask, there's also, if my memory is correct, a charge to register the property, correct?
Absolutely.
So I don't know if that would address your issues, and I can't remember what that charge was.
I believe it was $340
Yeah.
for the registration.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're already charging them $340, and then if
Okay.
they don't register, an extra $1,000. So I believe it was discussed in one of our meetings, but we're like, we don't want to overcharge. It's like, let's just get something in the books right now, and if we, have to amend it to add something. Because
Okay.
actually, we're trying to, we're not trying to encourage, so, encourage properties. So hopefully this ordinance will address that.
Right, and I appreciate that. And I was just asking because they do put a drain on some of our services. And we're not trying to encourage additional rentals, but we want the ones that are here to be registered. So we are trying to encourage them to register so that you'll be able to, in case of a fire or whatever, contact whomever the owner is or the responsible party. So I understand, but thank you. Thank you.
All right, I have a couple questions, and it was just talked about the posting of a sign. In the ordinance, it says shall be no less than 18 inches by 24 inches, 72-point Arial font, and all the information, which is good that we're that specific. But are we now saying that we're not going to require that if they don't want to stick a big placard in their window?
No, it's required.
It is required.
I'm just saying there's no way for us to monitor this. There's no way for us to enforce this other than drive around the neighborhoods all the time. But it is a useful tool in the event of nonconformance. The property doesn't have that posted.
So if the property's registered anyway, somebody would call with the address, correct? And say, hey, there's an issue, either the police, the building department, and say, hey, there's an issue at this address, and the building department can look up the address and have that information? Or are you hoping that by posting this information, they don't call the building department, they just call the management, the property management company?
No, I don't want to confuse that. When we originally started talking about this, we were referring to Airbnbs and other businesses that are starting this type of rental, short-term rentals. The advantage that we have is that these are professionals. These are people who have contracts with someone for that week's rental or for that weekend's rental. They have things listed in there as what their requirements may be, and one of those, and they all post it nationally, are the cities in which registrations are required and the terms under which those are required. So when they copy that, they take that from our ordinance, put that in their contracts. Now those placards or notices are in the windows. So it's not that we hope that somebody's going to call something from that window or from that placard. It's that we have now a two-pronged means of monitoring these rentals. One, the placard, and the other with our BSNA software that has all that information anyway.
So let's say you're in a neighborhood that has, because that's great for Airbnbs, VRBOs, that's fine. But if you're in a neighborhood and you have rental houses, you know, a few on a block or within the neighborhood, you're going to see this sign in each window as long as it's as long as it's a rental home?
Yes, you would. But the same thing holds true on a daily basis. Aside from rentals, building permits are required to be in your windows too. So as a matter of fact, same size once you put it into the sleeve that it comes with. So you could drive through your entire neighborhood and see your building permits on 6, 8, 10 different houses.
And I'm just looking at this because, and I think it's good information to have, but I'm looking at it as, you know, we get upset when people put newspapers in their windows as blinds or things like that. So now, essentially, we're telling people if you have a rental home, you need to put a piece of paper in your window so people know that it's a rental home. To me, I think it's going to look tacky and maybe even, you know, as the complaints we always get is devalue the neighborhood. I don't think it will devalue the neighborhood, but I think it will look tacky having a placard in a window all the time. That's my own personal opinion. Yes.
And I don't know if it makes a difference that it's only required if the owner is more than 30 miles away. So
That's only when the owner is 30 miles away?
if the property is owned by a person other than an individual and/or the owner is located more than 30 miles away, a local property management company shall be contracted to perform weekly inspections. And then we talk about, you know, the sign in the window, but that's if they're so far away, 30 miles.
So how was that 30 miles determined?
How did it come about?
The 30 miles.
It was an average we took from different communities. The 30 miles was also time. We wanted to be able to have somebody in off hours and on weekends close enough that can respond to any emergencies.
Okay. So here's the next question. They have this in the, and I'm just thinking through this logically, and you know, because I know I call the building department all the time about rentals, and you know, the one that we're dealing with now, you know, it's registered to an out-of-state person, yet he claims he lives in Southfield, which is a whole other, it's a whole complicated situation. But, I just lost my train of thought. Okay, so we have 30 miles away. Now we're going to ask that if there's a problem at the house, a party or something else, we're going to ask a resident to walk up to the house close enough where they can look at the sign and get the phone number and call. Wouldn't that be a little nerve-wracking for that resident.
no, that's not what the intent of that placard is.
That's how, okay, 'cause that's how I'm interpreting it, that the resident will figure out who to call based on that
No, we
placard.
would never encourage that type of behavior out of anybody's neighborhood. Don't involve yourself in those type of things. But what the purpose behind that is, in this particular case that you were talking about, the person lives in Georgia. We still notify them of any violations or any problem. We still have communication with them. However, we do have somebody local who, in the case of previous scenarios of a party getting out of hand or something like that, within 30 minutes or within 30 miles, which is less than an hour about travel time, that we now can have somebody there fast enough, whereas before, we didn't have any regulations on where this person is. So we'll take the same scenario. We call Georgia. It's going to take a long time before somebody comes here.
Correct, but by putting this placard with the words, "This property managed by," and "to report problems or concerns, call," with a number, a 24-hour, if the purpose is not for a concerned resident in the neighborhood to walk up and look at that number, why are we putting that placard there?
To identify the fact that it's a rental property. Secondly, we also have police officers that show up right at the front doorstep, right where the placard is. Now we have someone to call immediately, right from the front porch.
Okay. So do we need to then change the location? And I say that because it says that it has to be visible from the street. And if you're talking, a sheet of paper, like a building permit, those are not visible from the street, even at a 72-point font.
Right, and rather than sound too restrictive, it also says, or on a stake, visible from the street.
Right. Okay.
Is this the awkward moment of silence?
Well, this is me just reading, because I had a few questions reading through the rest of them, but, so only if it's 30 miles away, if the owner lives 30 miles away, they have to have a property management company that's closer. Right? It doesn't say where the property management, within 30 miles.
Correct.
Okay. So, and they have to keep logs and everything else of their weekly inspections.
True.
But if it's less than 30 miles away, the owner could be that person who, it doesn't apply because the owner's close enough where you assume he's doing the local, the weekly inspections or inspections in general.
That's correct. And we would find that out on registration because of his driver's license.
Okay. Now, what happens if you keep having problems? You rent out a house and it's known as a party house, graduations, birthdays, whatever it is. They follow all the rules, but you're constantly getting complaints from, the police get complaints, neighbors get complaints. What happens then? It's just a matter of they're still following the rules, there's nothing else to
Well,
do?
there is a process with our citations and so on over a period of time. If things get too far out of hand, the building official always has the ability to rescind any certificates at any moment in time.
Okay. Okay. I'm okay now. Thank you for explaining and clarifying.
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions from council?
Yeah.
Well, just because, I talk with our interim building official too often about rental homes and other issues, especially when police are getting called, and police reports are being filed against the owners constantly. So I'm just trying to figure out, trying to understand it better as well, so. But any other questions from council? All right, so this will come back at our meeting next week.
Correct. I will bring it back for approval and introduction.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, council, for bearing with me.
I have one more item. This is, of course, for discussion purposes, and this is for another charter amendment. As you know, there is two that we're working on where we would be submitting a charter amendment to the governor's office to be put on the November ballot for making the treasurer and the clerk's positions no longer elected, but appointed positions. And as you know, under the Home Rule City Act and our charter, that there's a resolution that's prepared, and that is then voted on by three-fifths of the members-elect, and then the voters make the actual decision. So this is another charter proposal, charter amendment proposal number 3, and this is for section, chapter 5, Executive Division 5.3 qualifications, and it's subparagraph E, which currently reads, no incumbent elective city officer shall become a candidate for any elective city office except to succeed himself or herself without first resigning from his or her then incumbent elective city office. A person shall be deemed a candidate upon the certification of the person's nominated petitions for such office by the city clerk. And the question that will be presented is, shall Chapter 5, Executive Division, subsection 5.3, subparagraph E, qualifications of the city charter be amended, eliminating the requirement of the resignation from office by any city officer who becomes a candidate for any other elective city office. So this is for discussion purposes. It's a draft. I don't want to say a rough draft. It's pretty short, is that we would take this out, that one clause in that section. Like I'm doing with the other charter amendment proposals 1 and 2 for the clerk and the treasurer to become appointed, I am able to get unofficial comments from the Attorney General's office, because should council approve all 3 resolutions, it does have to be approved by the governor's office, and then they send it to the Attorney General's office, so it's helpful to talk to them and get unofficial comments, so I can present it to you all, so that once you approve it, again, it goes to the voters, and they could say no on everything, but at least, we present it the way it's required under the state's law. So this is for discussion, and depending on what you all say this evening, then I will begin the process of getting unofficial comments and bringing everything back to you very soon to see if you want to approve the resolutions.
Yes, Councilman Taylor.
Yes. Hi, thank you, Dawn, for bringing this forward. I did, at our legislative committee, asked if this could be presented to this body for discussion and approval to move forward if you so desire. And the reason for that is that this body could run for any office from school board to president and could continue in their service on this committee or this this council. And it was explained to me some of the things that happened in the past and some of the people and some of the things that they did. But since that time, we have learned what those are, and we've put measures in place to prohibit or prevent some of those things from happening. And in addition to that, by us not having to step down to run for a locally elected office, it continues the continuity. It keeps the business of the city going forward smoothly, without any additional hiccups, I would say. And I just think that it's, you could do, I just feel like that would just, it's fine. I don't know why we wouldn't do that. So I asked to bring this forward for those reasons, that we can run for any office. I know that a couple of bad apples have happened in the past, plus we have educated voters. The people that pull those kind of tricks, those moral issues, were not voted into office. Our voters did not do that. They did not. They know who they want. We want to give them the best candidates possible. So, council?
Councilman Banks?
I personally feel that the present system works. Yes, we've had problems in the past. Doesn't mean that it's not going to happen again in the future. We've talked about possibly putting a charter committee together to review the whole charter, which I personally would like to see. There's many of us that when we ran for office and we had to step down and there was no problem. In fact, I believe there's 4 people around this dais right now that were appointed as a result of people stepping down. And we did that within the first 30 days. And there was no problems, there was no arguments, and then it was up to them to run again. So I'm of the firm belief that if it's not broken, what are we trying to fix? And why doesn't this council consider reviewing the entire charter? Because there's other sections in there that we've discussed. Well, maybe we should change this, maybe we should change that. And when we did it, I want to say it was 10 years ago, could have been, okay, 1999. You know, a lot of good suggestions and recommendations came out of that. So I'd personally like to go back to revisiting appointing a charter review commission, similar to the way we did it, and then we can review some of these areas. But I'm not in favor of changing something that presently works. I don't see where there's been a problem, and I'm not sure what we're trying to accomplish right now. You know, some people have been asking me, who's trying to run for what position? I personally don't know, but I don't see a problem with what we presently have. That's my opinion.
Councilman Cruz?
Yes. I'm part of the legislative committee as chair, and we discussed this. I think we all found it favorable, which is, again, why Ms. Taylor wanted to bring it to the group to get a temperature check. I don't know what goes through people's minds when we make decisions that I think are moving forward, and instead of just saying, you know, let's leave everything as it is, not a direct statement towards you, because I know other people have said that to me as well. What this would do, though, is it would open up the opportunity for us to have broader searches. You know, right now, we're only limited to people in Southfield, which I think is a nice touch, but what happens when you get to a point where there's people that may not really be qualified for it? I mean, you can get some people that are already clerks that might want to come to Southfield, and we have opportunity to at least take a look at them as well, as same as the treasurer. You know, I just don't understand when it comes to change that people can get so bent out of shape. You're going to have an opportunity to vote yes or no on either one of those positions. I say, why not try to go out and find the best people we can get if it does pass. Let's try to find the best people we can get. These are 2 critical positions. I mean, a city treasurer, anybody can just run for that? That could happen. And then what?
I'm not talking about those 2 positions. I'm talking about the proposal that's before us.
Oh,
No, I'm not talking about the clerk and the treasurer. I agree with you. I agree what we're doing on that. I'm talking about the proposal that we're bringing forward, that,
Okay. I'm sorry.
example, if, you want to run for city clerk.
Oh, you're talking about
You
the
have to,
step
you have to
down.
step down. That's
Right.
what I'm referring to, not,
Okay.
not the clerk and the treasurer.
Gotcha.
I agree with you.
I got them mixed,
I'm sorry. Well, we got,
she did say that, so.
yes, and
my
we've got too
apologies.
many on, so, so no, I'm not in favor of
okay.
this proposal as presented. The other two I am in favor of.
Oh, okay. Well, I had no comment on this one.
Go for it.
That's- No, it wasn't your fault. I just missed it.
You don't have a
No, I
comment,
don't.
okay.
No.
Any other comments from council? All right, yes.
I don't know, if someone has let's say, if they are an incumbent and can't hear you. Oh, it wasn't on. Okay, someone is an incumbent and they wish to run for another position within that same lane, within the city of Southfield. If we get an assurance that they can continue to be effective in that council position, if they are effective in that council position, and they desire to run for the next thing, well, let's say city clerk, and they necessarily, they are not required to be effective, because you are an incumbent. You sometimes, some certain things just happen automatic. So aren't we kind of guaranteeing a low barrier for existing? And what I'm saying, what I'm trying to get at, you would tend to not perform if you kind of guaranteed your current position. Well, never mind. I'll just stop. This is getting a little too complicated for me. There's something that's related to, and I can't explain it right now. But there's something related to less of a performance if you are kind of guaranteed a job. You kind of feather bed, and just from a corporate America standpoint, we had people that feather bedded because they were kind of guaranteed to exist and be a vice president forever. But anyway, I take it back. I stop. I'll just stop.
All right. I know both sides of the arguments. I've heard both sides. I do know that we have had some issues in the past. I don't necessarily know if we put enough measures or enough measures in place. I don't know if you can ever have enough measures, but there have been issues in the past. I agree with Councilman Banks that I do think we need to put together a charter committee, because we keep talking about all these different charter amendments, and in the time I'm on council, I think we've done one every other election year. We've had some type of charter amendment. There was a reason that this was put into the city charter, and I believe that it would make sense to leave it there until we come up with a charter committee or commission to look at all these different things that we've been talking about for years. Councilman Brightwell touched on it. If somebody's guaranteed a job and they're campaigning for another job, then, maybe they'll stop showing up to council meetings if they're out campaigning for something else. I think there's merits to both arguments, but at this time, personally, I'm just inclined to not be in favor of putting this amendment to the people. But, Councilman Frazier, do you want to add in any words of wisdom?
No. I don't know where to start.
All right, Councilwoman Hoag?
No, I don't either. My initial question was, what brought this up at the committee, and Councilwoman Taylor did give me that answer. I do see both sides as well. However, I'm not opposed to creating a charter commission as well to look at that. But initially, I was thinking of the other item as Councilman Cruz was speaking of. But this specific one kind of caught me by surprise as to why it came about. But I do see both sides of it, and just welcome more discussion on it. if need be.
I would offer a suggestion. You need to be careful whether you're talking about committee or commission. They're absolutely two different things. If you say commission, charter commission, that has to be voted on at an election. A charter committee can be appointed by the council,
Okay,
which we did
okay,
back in 1999.
thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Yes.
I'll just say thank you for the discussion. I just wanted to know how everyone felt. It was something that was on my mind that I wanted to discuss, and I've heard from everyone, and I appreciate the conversation. Thank you. No, it was just for discussion. That's all it is.
If I could make a, if I could make a point,
Yes.
I've been involved in several different openings that had to be filled, and there is no rule for how the council fills an opening when an opening appears on a council. At one time, everybody that wanted to be appointed had to fill out an application. The applications were read, everybody was interviewed. That took forever. And then another time, it was everybody suggested a person, and they talked about that, and one of the people was appointed. Another time, it was the next person in the election that had the highest vote that didn't get elected. So there was never any clear rules. And that was really the stumbling block, I think, with filling an opening. But I think originally, the problem was if somebody stayed on council and was running for another local office, clerk or treasurer, and he did get elected, in November, they vacated that seat, and that was during a busy period of the time, and the council had to be, they had to appoint somebody. So that's when they said, if you're going to run for another local office, then you need to resign, and we'll appoint somebody in May or June or whenever. So.
Okay. See, you did have words of wisdom.
Yes, you are correct in that, I remember that.
Yeah.
But
You have,
The second part about it is, if somebody didn't have to resign and they were running for a local office, they still get paid all the time they were running for office.
right, that's similar to my comment about, they don't necessarily have to show up and still have the job. But, Councilman Banks?
just a suggestion for the future, and again, I defer to my colleagues. I didn't realize this was for discussion only, because there's actually verbiage here for an amendment. I think before we put an amendment together, causing more work, we were going to first discuss, then after a discussion, we can refer for something to be, written up. But I didn't read it this way, and so, thank you. I didn't realize it was just for discussion, because we're talking about votes and everything here.
Okay. So if I read the room correctly, this proposed charter amendment will not move forward.
No.
But it sounds like everyone on council is interested in a charter committee being formed. So,
Well, I haven't heard everyone say yes. I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah.
I did.
I'm seeing the heads.
The head shake,
shake.
okay.
Yeah, well, everyone on council suggested someone, each one appointed somebody to be on the charter committee. Jack Barris, who was our city attorney at the time, worked with that charter committee to go through the whole charter, and they came up with several changes in the charter, but didn't put them all on at the same time. They doled them out, as elections came along. And there was a list of other ones that should have been voted on, but I don't think they ever exhausted the amount of ideas that they came up with.
Okay.
So with this, I agree that if the council should do that job in the best interest of the city of Southfield, and we would do everything possible to straighten the charter out, as we understand it right today. But what are the unintended consequences of doing that? That's what I've always heard, that once you open up this book, you're going to get some unintended consequences and changing the charter. So I'm just afraid of unintended consequences. I would like to flush that out. What is the worst possible scenario if we change this, start changing the charter?
Well,
Our
I'm sorry, go ahead.
the attorney wanted to take a stab at that answer.
Well, I just wanted to piggyback on what Councilman Frazier said when we initially started talking about there's a charter commission and a charter committee. And when you do charter amendments, you're looking at different sections, and as long as you're not changing the form of government. So if we have a committee like they did, I don't know if it was 1999 or 2000, we have a charter committee, then you're looking at sections, and as long as you're not changing the form of government, because then that, like you said, then you have to have an election, then you have to have your charter commission. So that was my comment in regards to what Councilman Brightwell just mentioned. You're looking at different areas that may need to be updated or changed, as long as you're not changing the form of government that we have.
Yeah, and I'm glad you addressed that, because that's one of the unintended consequences. You get a group together, they think they can change the world. Well, you got to have some clearly defined duties and clearly defined responsibilities and a clearly defined result that you're looking for.
Councilwoman Banks?
The way it was done in 1999, Councilman Brightwell, is there was a committee put together, and the attorney, I want to say, was the director liaison on that committee. And what they did is they went through and they read page by page by page. I'm going to give one example. Just streets and alleys were in the charter. And we don't have any alleys in Southfield. So wherever there was an alley, the word, they made the recommendation to strike that language out of there. Remember, streets and alleys was a big one. Okay. So they may look at a section and say, this seems outdated. Maybe it would sound better if it was like this. So then they would put all their recommendations together, present it to the council as a whole, and then we as a body would decide, yes, we agree with number 1, no, we don't agree with number 2, yes, number 3, and then there would be a list, and then from that list, there was an order of preference as far as, I think we decided to put no more than 4 on the ballot at one time, because we wanted to give an educational component. I believe 3, okay. And I think at one time there was 20 recommendations, but we only got through 10 of them. So this group cannot change. They're just suggesting and recommending to this body, this is what we see. But we could say, no, we like it the way it is.
Okay. Yeah, well, those items that you brought up, I'm sure there were more. They were clerical. And I can see that cleaning things up, but from a standpoint of the unintended consequence could be somebody might want to change our form of government or something. But we realize that takes a commission or something. But and maybe I'm just being a little, I hate changing something that's not broke. And so if it's not broken, why change it? And that's when you change something, that's when you start getting your unintended consequences. So we had to just gently start messing with this document.
Well, maybe we can just think about it and bring it back, let everyone think about it, for a short period and how we would want to do it, and then just bring it back forward for discussion.
Okay.
I don't know, just a suggestion.
I
I
was
mean, because
just gonna
everyone
ask
should be comfortable.
this committee, how long did were a year?
I thought it was a year and a half, well, I think it was a year and a half. It was a long process. And I believe in addition to the city attorney, I'm not sure if the administrator was involved, I know the clerk was involved. There were a lot of people that sat on that commission, so you could only do like one section at a time. I can't remember how many sections are in our charter.
And
but-
maybe, just the last thing I'll say, maybe Councilwoman Taylor, having this committee, if they were to come up with this recommendation, it may be better that it come from an independent body versus this body to govern ourselves. This is my opinion, but I would be supportive of this committee. And thanks again for making that clarification. That makes sense, so, thank you.
Thank you. So it sounds like, to our city attorney, it looks like we want to look at options for a charter committee. If it worked well in '99, maybe we could start with how that was formed, and we can have that discussion as a council as well. If the structure's already in place, we don't need to reinvent the wheel if it worked. So if that can be brought back for council discussion at a later date, that would be helpful.
Yes, I looked at the minutes a few times over the last couple of years.
Regardless of whether it's just so that there's clarification, regardless if it's a committee or a commission, the people still have to vote on it.
Mhm.
We don't make the change, whether it's a committee or a commission.
Correct.
Correct.
Yeah, we only decide which ones go on
Go
on the ballot.
Right.
And the people do that.
Right.
So the unintended consequences would be because that's the people that we represent voted for. If you think it's an unintended consequence, they say, this is what you want, this the one that fails. Also, the Attorney General's involved in it too, because there were some things that were superseded by the state law, so they became dead letter changes, and so they didn't get changed, but they just are ineffective.
Okay, thank you. All right, so city attorney, you're set with what you need? Okay, thank you. Anything further from our city attorney?
No, thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you. Next, we have our city clerk.
Hi, thank you. Last Wednesday, I believe, started the Ramadan season, so I just wanted to wish the observers, excuse me, the observers of that tradition in Sacrament, Ramadan Mubarak, which is a blessed Ramadan. Have a good day.
All right, thank you. Don't see the treasurer, planner, assessor, engineer, nothing to schedule. Any other items that need to come before the council? All right, this meeting is adjourned.